but we need to open up my YouTube channel from this account so that Social Stream Blade sees it. So YouTube at OhBotherVOD, and then we open up this guy right here. And we have double audio. Oh my God, mute. Oh, do you want to keep score with stats and sports? No, I'm not. That's not why I'm here, YouTube. Pop out the chat, close the window, we're ready to go. All right, that only took 27 minutes. Jeez, how long did that actually take? That took 7 minutes. 7 entire minutes. It's excruciating. Wow, these monitors are significantly different sizes. Okay, so now I can work. So that was that. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to, what day? It's Tuesday. Welcome to Tuesday. Yeah, how's it going? I need to schedule a haircut. I think it's about time to chop them off and then trim the beard so that I actually have a shape that isn't just crazy man. Let's clean up the desk. Let's clean up the desk while we're milling about, huh? Time to lean, time to clean. So I did a dumb thing. I was too honest with my doctor. I told them I was on the lower dose of the Ozempic, and so they're not going to re-up my thing for a little bit. They're gonna hold off on that. I was gonna build up a slight excess of supply, so that I could weather any sort of supply issues in the future. I have absolutely no idea what's going to be going on with the health plans in Pennsylvania, and I'm a little bit scared, but, you know, I think I'll be all right. We'll just have to see what happens. I got to take the blows as they come in. Oh, yeah, we need this crystal today. Put this over here. These are I2C adapters for screens. It was $6 for 3 of these, so I now have this I2C adapter for a screen. Makes it a whole lot easier than what we were doing with the serial stuff. Is it the same synth you were building before? Yeah, it's the same thing. We need to actually build it, so I need to have a little bit of follow through on that and get it done. There were some parts that I had to source that were nigh on impossible to find, and that would be this right here. This is these little switches that I have. They're somewhere around here. The little switches were impossible to source. These had to come from a Taiwanese company that is all about sourcing parts for projects. Pretty cool. Tadaya or something like that. And never used them before, never heard of them before. Didn't trust it at all. They had the part for a very cheap price, and turns out the shipping wasn't terrible, and it got here very quickly. And they gave me tracking numbers and everything, and it is the part that I'm looking for. So I am genuinely surprised that I had such a great experience with this company, Tadaya Electronics. And they had a genuinely difficult to find part, which is insane. We will need standoffs eventually. Don't need the power supply at the moment. Further back. What is my glucose level doing? Why do I feel hyperglycemic? Oh, because I am hyperglycemic. All right, let's go ahead and tell it that I ate some beans. I had beans. Carbs, 11 carbs. And let's just, yeah, let you go crazy with that. Cool. I forgot to bolus for lunch. Lunch was beans. Not a lot of beans. Just some beans. How are those beans, chat? How you guys doing? Get a big glass of water over here so I can sit at the desk for an extended period of time. I like this album. I think it's good. This can go over here with burn the sub stuff. This wire is not needed. Let's see. Are we going to do through-hole resistors? We might do through-hole resistors. And then I have to figure out what like when we do the screens again, we're basically going to put one of these drivers on the back of the screen, and that'll just be an I2C screen from then on. The problem is, like the more modern ones of these have a way to like tell the chip that you want to speak I2C to the thing. This one I believe does not have the jumper to do that. Unless, I mean, I guess I can, Flatulent Gonad has his contact. I have another contact at Noritaki Noritaki-tron. I have another contact, and I could get a data sheet for this specific screen. Maybe, just maybe, the jumpers would let me make it I2C, but for $6, I bought the converters. They're good for applications like this where you have something weird that needs to be converted to I2C. Yeah, JP1, JP3, JP2, and JP4. Do something. I don't know what. It'd be nice if they would actually tell me. I don't know what the 01 and 25 are telling me. I don't know what that's all about. It's weird. It's weird. There's a chip under there, and that's the driver chip, I guess. Like some of these have been bonked against. Huh. I like these screens. They're very nice. I'm gonna put all this stuff over here, though. We'll keep this together. Our little Raspberry Pi station. It's quite good. Our next challenge is going to be not just the I2C thing, but it's going to be getting the LED screen to do stuff. We'll have to figure out what we can get it to do. It'll be nice to fool around with some LEDs for once. Fool around with some LEDs, play around, see what we can discover. If we could just make things look cool. I did, over the weekend, I did a overhaul on my water-cooled computer, and I put a port at the very back where air would typically pool, but now I have it sitting in a different orientation where the pump is the lowest thing. The pump and reservoir. Hold on, that was major heartburn. One sec. The pump and reservoir are at the lowest point, and I have the one clear tube is not exactly the tallest point, but that is where water or where air would tend to pool. So I put a port there, which required a lot of alteration and a lot of undoing of screws. I didn't really take into account when we built my custom computer case. I didn't really much take into account the need to go in and do maintenance. So I had to pretty much bust out every tool at my disposal in order to get into the water cooling parts. We kind of built it like, ooh, this needs done, so I'll do this, and then I'll do this, and then I'll do this, and that sort of like walk around the park of tasking made it so that there were layers of things on the computer that had to be undone. There was a bolt that I couldn't get to because there was a piece of frame rail right up against it. And so I had to undo the frame rail, which was connected on two sides, and it held up certain things, and get the frame rail out of there, and then everything kind of moves a little bit because it's plastic and it's flexible. And so it was just this chain of reactions that I had to go through in order to undo it. It was a whole zen in the art of motorcycle repair. This was built by a human, so clearly pretty crazy. And in the end, I don't even know if air's gonna pool where I think it's gonna pool anymore. It might not. It might pool in a completely different spot. Now that everything's been changed. Love this album. Probably would get copyright struck. I wonder if any of these are 220 ohm. Actually, I don't think I've used a 220 lately, so probably none. Probably none of them. We'll find the right one for it, though. We'll get there. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to put these in here. I'll just put these in here. This is cleaning up bother style. All this crap goes into place. I have to sort out like all of my prescriptions now. It's come that time when for some reason stuff just kind of gets caught in the pipe, and all of my auto renewal stuff is somehow unable to go through, and so I have to step in and place phone calls, and they go, "Oh, this should be fine." And it's like, "Oh, it was me. It was me. I was the one that was messing it up. I see." I hope it's not time. Oh, is it an ad? Son of a bitch. Jeez. Shut the hell up. All right. It's just my problems with the music source lately in the wake of uBlock being destroyed. Although I think what I can do, Short Lurker was giving me recommendations. What I really want to do is just move everybody over to Firefox, where everything works again. But I think I can. Well, I'm not sure. If I uninstalled uBlock Origin, I only have uBlock Origin Extra, which requires uBlock Origin in the first place in order to function. So I was unaware of that, and I only have the one on this computer, which this computer was doing just fine blocking ads for the longest time. So I don't know. I guess it's just the whole Chrome thing. They decided to make user experiences ultimately just worse, which seems to be a trend these days. I don't, everything is just getting to be shit. Like, why does this exist? Where is the vacuum where things getting better occurs, right? Somewhere there's a vacuum because everything is becoming utterly shit. There's a purpose towards things not becoming shit. So I gotta find where that is so my outlook can be a little bit more positive. This is entirely too much USB cable. It was only for power. Let's just get this thing back together. Oh, I need this to keep it organized. Boink. Look at this. I can actually see the desktop. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Isn't that illegal? I don't know where the extras are going to go for these through-hole DACs that I have powering this project, this Erica Synths thing. I think they'll probably go in with the other through-hole chips that I have. I don't think they'll get their own. They could get their own surface mount box, but they're not surface mount. Let's see. I've been trying to keep out of starting any new projects because we have too many old projects to get to. I gotta finish stuff up around here. It's tough when you try to. I try to keep personally, just for my own sanity and for the health of the stream, I try to keep kind of a variety of projects going here, so that we're always looking at something new, and it's always kind of a little bit interesting. But my projects tend to be extremely complicated, and so they don't get done. They don't get done within one stream, and so we have to do a lot of repeats like this. So part 3, part 4. If I were keeping up with Burn the Subs in that manner, we would be on part like 650 or something, because we're doing it like I did it before. We're doing it like I did it before. 5 hours, long amount of time. That's a lot of time to get content in. Thing is, making content is tough. I want to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And I want to have a good narrative going on throughout the stream so that it's entertaining if you pick up a stream and open it up. I do a lot of explaining, and I explain a lot of stuff in repeat. And so as I am talking people through what I do, you get relatively very little done. Not a lot getting done during project time. But it's what I do. It's just what I enjoy, So that means that in order to do a big, complicated project like Burn the Subs, something that just simply did not exist before I built it, I don't know if there's maybe another system that does something similar to Burn the Subs these days, but we're going to make it from scratch. And so that means in order to make a big, complicated thing that does a lot of little things, we can split the content into a lot of little things. And so it may not seem incredibly relevant that I pulled back out the vacuum fluorescent display screens and only ran goddamn ads, only ran Hello World on it. But doing so has opened up the horizons of what I know is possible with the Raspberry Pi. So we're gonna have a screen on there for pushing any kind of like a notification or an error, or just saying what it's doing at the time, so that when I glance over at the Raspberry Pi, I can see what's happening on Burn the Subs. But it looks like it's relatively unrelated to the rest of that project. It is forging the path towards having this big, complicated thing working. And there's going to be some times when we'll have to work on like Node-RED stuff. I'll have to see about getting Python to run from Wow, this has gone into a Downton Abbey. Oh, there's the track. Jeez. It is impossible to use the internet these days, huh? Yes, sure. All these parts. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Silly Yoru Cell. How's it going? Sorry, no cat. Never apologize. What is this? It is a kid using... Oh my god, there's so many ads on Imgur. I never knew this. I've always been using an ad block. I've been immune. There's a kid using grocery bags as a sail on his scooter. That's hilarious. That's awesome. All right, close that before it becomes another sea of advertisements that I have to waft through in order to close Windows. I'm so sick of it. So many ads. All right, taking these out of the bags makes it feel like I did not get that many parts. It's like $20 more in parts to finish this freaking thing. We gotta look for a particular MIDI socket that I thought I had, and it might have gotten into a different place. The sockets that I have here, this is an alternative style MIDI socket. I like this one more anyway, but this one is supposed to use one of the ones that has the metal surround. That kid is 3 years from space flight. That kid's gonna invent the warp drive. I was reading a bunch about relativistic speeds on Reddit, and everybody either theory crafting or poo-pooing each other for having weird ideas or trying to explain something in simple terms, and then somebody comes in going, no, I'm smarter. I hate it when people talk like that. But anyway, I deal with it a lot here on this show. But yeah, there was a lot of talk about, like, you know, what if warp drive is so incredibly simple and we just missed out on inventing it? And I guess there were some sci-fi stories that sort of hinged on that concept, where it's like an alien civilization discovers Earth and comes here with their warp drive, but they're in like the steam engine era of technology. There's no MIDI cable in here, although there are these. Where did those plugs go? I swear I had them. I don't know what happened to them. It's a pretty smart thing. Yeah, it's a smart kid. It looks fun. I love it. Let's see. I'm looking through the clear bins. We're trying to find a MIDI plug. Not in there. I have some like ferrules in here. Those aren't what I'm looking for. I don't know if it's going to be in these bins or some of the other ones that I got. Or maybe I cleared it out and threw it out. This is that really miscellaneous one. God, it's like, can't get from one to the other. We get frickin' somebody else talking to me. I hate YouTube now. Now that I've seen what it's like without the ads, or with the ads. Like a South Park contacted with aliens and getting rich on space credits. Just to be seen as greedy. I think more than anything, aliens would just identify Earth as a big collection of assholes and leave us alone. The aliens come here looking for coal. Wait, tell me what about your... Yeah. They come looking for coal and we have cell phones. Hey, May, just... These borders on the chat and cam feel like an upgrade. Yeah, it's a little bit more diegetic, right? It looks a little bit more at home. It's not just kind of like thrown together like your typical engineering YouTube stream or whatever Twitch stream. I'm trying to bring some upgrade stuff to the fray here. I know it could use quite a bit of effort. I could do a lot more to make this look better. Hey, what's up? Dinsuru. Okay, music again? Music again. Jeez. It's like a 30-second ad break between songs. It's incredible. It's horrible. All right, I'm looking for a MIDI plug. I think I have one somewhere, but I need to go through some of the reaches of the shop. some of the lesser known corners of my existence. Places that probably should have been cleared out a long time ago that I've neglected. What's going on with that? That's threatening to fall. I had a little bin that was full of screen stuff, and I don't know what happened to it. I do not know what happened to it. Let's see. Did we go through all the bins? No, there's still a couple. I'm not seeing anything. I don't happen to have like a MIDI thing squirreled away behind these. I just might not have the part. In which case we can design the front panel to work with the MIDI stuff. It doesn't have to. I don't have to have just the right part. Although boy howdy, I could have ordered it because I ordered a bunch of parts and they all came in and they're all the right thing. But I didn't order a MIDI plug. That's a bit of an oversight. Yeah, I don't know where else it would be. Where else would you be, MIDI plug? Plug the bug. Let's see here. Well, if it's in the bins, it's going to be a hell of a time to find. Because the bins are all over the place. You guys get ads on YouTube? My YouTube seems broken as long as I open videos in the browser. It never gets ads. I ran uBlock and uBlock Origin, but they broke it in Chrome. But hold on. But my computer uses some Chrome extensions like Social Stream Blade or Social Stream Ninja in order to put the chats up. So going away from Chrome represents quite a bit of work on my part to build up some of the stream elements that you guys see in front of you right now, which is annoying, and it's totally doable. I just need to do it, and I just haven't. And then it would kill the ads on YouTube and stuff again. But bother, you're supposed to watch ads like a good little boy, and everybody will be happy and rich. No. No, I will not. My time is important to me. What's up, Blonde Dog? All right, so we did the thumbnail for YouTube. We got the YouTubers over there. File blah 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 doesn't exist. Keep the file in editor. Nah. Okay, close all that stuff. So we're doing the Erica Synths kit. I need to open up the files for it. I read a headline that Germany might be criminalizing the use of ad blockers. Why is everything just devolving into just shit? You know, like, we don't need a schematic. Oh, well, the bill of materials, I guess, is good enough. We shouldn't need a lot of that stuff because we did kind of the grueling part, which is the R's and the C's. We did the R's and the C's. We have a couple more R's and C's that'll be going into this. And then we need to kind of evaluate what special stuff I want to put in here, like, you know, rejecting the coils I put in. Germany was heavy on data you download is your data, so they'll make that law to prevent you from modifying what you own. Huh. I'm hoping in time it will pass like it always does. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It just seems like so draconian lately. But alas. They can make it illegal. I'm still going to do it. UK wants a 21. Yeah, they want you to like show your ID for everything. That's been happening for a while, hasn't it? And you know, behind all these things, it's always fundamentals. It's always organizations that are fundamentally aligned, and there's no way to push back against this stuff. I mean, boy howdy, we need a little pushback. So in due time, hopefully, cooler heads will prevail. But who knows? We'll figure it out. We always kind of have existed in the niche. the niche of the networks and stuff. You know, it's not necessarily like, you know, IRC, Discord, the ebb and flow of programs that people who are terminally online exist on. You know, it's part of the game, and it will continue. It'll continue to be a cat and mouse. Google Chrome and the way it handles the ad blockers doesn't seem to be happening with the Edge browser, which is Chrome based. I'm not gonna fucking use Edge. Jeez. No, hell no. I'm gonna go and use Firefox, because at least they're partially good about your data. And I can run uBlock Origin on it. Firefox is one of the few browsers that's not Chromium based. What up, Groovy? Yeah, there's no toot command. It's you gotta spend those channel points. You gotta spend money. That's not money, it's just time. I'm excited to get this thing working because geez, shut ads. I'm excited to get this thing working because it's a lot of LEDs and it could potentially look really, really cool running some kind of a Python script of some kind. All right, that was uncalled for. What's up, kindergarten kid? Waiting a bit to grill a Borgie. I did onions the other day. It was for burgers, but I took a red onion, and it was like a leftover red onion, sliced it up thin, and threw it in some vinegar, and I just sort of like sprinkled sugar on it, sprinkled salt on it, and then just did a little drippy poo of apple cider vinegar. And it turns out I pretty much exactly replicated the pickling solution for cocktail onions. I took one bite of the red onion and it didn't taste like red onion. It tasted like a cocktail onion. It tasted like those vinegary little baubles that you put in a martini. It's like, what am I going to use these on? I'm going to get sick of them real quick. It was this giant red onion that we had in the fridge. It's huge. Yeah, this is the purse panel. We got this in like 2017 or something like that. And it was from a kid's toy. It was a little purse. Does that have a date code on it? I love onion, but I hate the texture. Oh, I love the texture. What? Yeah, 2017. That might indicate that. 24th week of 2017. Maybe. 32 by 6. Part number. Why is that all messed up? Ooh, bad soldering. Is the music's playing, right? Oh, I don't have any audio coming from it. Wait, did I hit pause by accident? Where's my mouse? I have 3 screens. I don't know where my mouse is. I hit mute on it. I hate how if you click back on the music, it will play an ad again. Last night I did steak marinated in soy sauce and Worcestershire corn and cheesy rice. Nice. That's a hearty one. We had jerk chicken, but it comes in like a bag, and you put it in the toaster with the plastic bag. I'm not sure about that one, but that's what you're supposed to do. And then you cut it out of the bag and put it into like a pan. Oh, we actually took it out of the bag and put it on a pan. That's right. These are like pre-marinated. It's just easy stuff to make dinner with. Yeah, 75 hub is apparently whatever the communications protocol is with that. So we'll have to pull up some stuff in order to properly utilize the weirdo screen. Hopefully we can find some good like examples of code. I don't want to necessarily take the route of, because I know I'll be able to just hop over onto like Adafruit's site and use their code, but their code only just barely gets the screen to work sometimes. Sometimes it's comprehensive and it's fine. It's just I don't know, the style of Adafruit stuff I don't like. So what I want to do is hop around and see if I can find a good, just like normal old program that uses this in a very simple manner and allows me to have some complicated displays on it. And then we can look at having the Raspberry Pi thread look at WebSockets in order to either WebSockets or the MQTT stuff so that we can get Node-RED to influence what the screen is doing. And we can make that more complicated as we see fit. That's the plan anyway. Yeah, it's a grid of RGB LEDs. It costs $7. $7 for this much LED. It's pretty impressive. I could make a whole outfit out of these. These came off of a child's purse, and the kid would not stop crying, but I got it. You know, I got it. No, you buy this like a hot pink purse. These are probably cheap nowadays, though. You could probably look around for a display like this and find them for that price, but it was like the Alibaba Super Duper Express super deal, and I got 5 of these. Why an uneven number? Because I'm dumb. Yeah, once it got popular, the purse's price went up to like $40, but it was designed to plug into a cell phone, and the cell phone would have an app that steals your data. I mean, allows your child to control the LED display on the outside of the purse. It also had some stock displays on it too, but it was kind of clever. But anyway, I took the screen out and threw everything else out because this is all we want. But yeah, occasionally they would come up as $7 and I'd jump in and buy 1 or 2. I should have bought 65 of them for $7 because then I could have made all of this LEDs. Could have just been a huge LED wall with my face on it. And so I'd be here talking to you and then my face would be in the background. It'd be awesome. But since Burn the Subs is no longer active, I have become a very small streamer. I no longer have a little bit of a semblance of a budget to put into projects. For a little while there, I had just this little tiny bit of a budget there that I could say, hey, I'm gonna put that towards a project for stream. That's gone. That's gone. Those days are gone. I've taken apart the children's light-up shoes to see how it detects steps. Just the ball bearing in a tube with contacts. Really? I thought they would at least just use like the squish of parts of the shoe to make a little contact out of, but I guess ball bearing in a tube is enough for something like that. Proteus! What's up, everyone? Hello, hello. How's it going, Proteus? Thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that very much indeed. Social Blade could highlight that. It would be nice if they did. I don't think I have any of the YouTube monetization stuff on. Yeah, I don't think I have any of that monetization stuff on. I don't think I can turn it on until I have a certain number of viewers. Which, man, I wonder. By the way, Twitch had a whole botpocalypse. Unlike our typical modus operandi on this stream is to ban bots, because if you ban a bot, it still counts as a viewer. And, you know, we're scraping by. Every individual viewer is important to me. Oh my God, Solid Electronics for 30 months. Still here waiting for BTS. I said it earlier. I know nobody was here. All of these little things that I'm working on are baby steps towards Burn the Subs. And we are always going to be taking baby steps because I like to have a coherent stream where I'm not just balls to the wall, you know, putting my head down and concentrating on programming the entire time. I like to hang out and I like to keep it light. And I also like to have a bit of a plot for all of my streams. And I'm using that term very loosely. It's not like I have an antagonist, although the project is probably the antagonist. It's not as cleanly cut as like a narrative game. That's why, okay, well, that's the lighting stand falling over. I saw it. It was slowly leaning over and I was like, oh, I could catch it. That's why I screamed. Okay, I'm gonna put this thing back together. This thing just took a spill, but it's LEDs, so it's fine. Now I have a famotidine tablet in my mouth. Buh. Tastes like shit. This one just barely holds. There we go. Ah, damn it. Oh, is it playing an ad? Fuck. Hold on. A strip of water here. Oh, there we go. Whew. Oh, that actually made a subtrain. Yeah, famotidine. I didn't take it this morning, and as I started streaming, I started to get nuclear burps. Waiting for BTS. Those guys don't know who I am, so I don't think I'll be able to get the international sensation BTS on my stream. Oh, it did break a little bit up here. I have a spare one of these just in case. Just in case something happens like that. All my equipment is getting so old. Is that a crack? No, that's just this thing. Okay, so this goes around here. I should just have it like Velcro, some of that Velcro tape that I have, but I used this weird one that's supposed to double back on itself. These are just 3D printed lighting helpers. There you go. That's on there. Good. We're good. All right. The way I use this light is as a little cord helper. My microphone is on a cable, and that's for the express purpose of me not going to the bathroom with chat, right? So I can't leave the room and still be mic'd. That's what everybody wonders about, like, why don't you just get a wireless microphone? I have a very good reason, and that's because I'm forgetful. Wayne Johnson, thank you for gifting a sub. What's going on? I'll use the same 4-pin SOT92 chip that boosts the 1.2 to 3 volt for the LEDs. I don't... Are you talking about these? Perkinji. Hey, Wayne Johnson, thank you for the gift sub. What's up, Foldster? That's an old name. That's an old name around here. An old soul. One of these days, I'm gonna gut the Furby, and we'll put something in the Furby. Celia Russell, gifting a sub to Stella Eterna. Thank you for the gift sub. Hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, it's because of the hype train? Are we in September yet? I think we might be in September. But yeah, I wanna get like gut the Furby and put either like probably not a Raspberry Pi. It'd probably be just fine on a microcontroller. Put red LEDs behind the eyes, obviously. Maybe lasers behind the eyes. I haven't decided yet. I'm talking about cheap solar garden lights. Was there any? There was probably context that I missed. Oh yeah, way up, light up shoes. Boy band, ball bearing in a tube. There was zero context. I had no context about garden lights. It's just, you can't do that to me. I don't know what's going on. Don't scare the streamer. It's like tapping on the glass. I thought I whiffed on a big context clue. Hold on, I gotta put this thing away, otherwise I'm gonna lose it. Gift subs can trigger a gift train. Huh. We reach 100% on the sub gifts, gets 2% cheaper. Interesting. Yeah, I want to get the Furby working at some point, because then I would love to do, like, plug this thing into AI so that I could have commentary on what I'm doing. What's up, Wonky Robot? Time flies, you're already at 18 months. Holy poopers. That's a tier 2. Hey, thank you so much. I know I'm not as cognizant of the tiers of subs. I assume everybody's a tier 1, but then like Fatanon will sneak in and it'll be a tier 3, and I'm like, what is going on? Thank you. Wonky Robot for tier 2. That's very nice of you indeed. Yeah, hey, I've been in this time vortex for many years with streaming, and yeah, apparently I'm an established name. That's crazy. It's weird to me. One of the old school. Now I'm like one of the old school names on Twitch. What does that mean? 18 months, you make me feel old. You know. It's all relative, and when it gets all relativistic, then time starts to become immaterial, and it stretches and does weird stuff. Oh yeah, we need this one. That's a microcontroller for this whole thing. How's it been 7 years since we all jumped on Twitch? I have been on Twitch a little bit longer, from the very first Twitch Plays Pokemon. That's when I first started using the platform, and then I slept on it for a little while. And when it came to figuring out what I was going to do in the wake of my jobs exploding and the job hunt being all but fruitless. Wait, what I just said doesn't make sense. All but fruitless would mean that it was wildly successful, which it was not. Yeah, my job hunt was kind of a wet fart. And so I decided that while job hunting, I would also do a little bit of streaming. I could maybe brew beer on stream and stuff. And so I had a friend help me set it up, and we got my laptop, which was just generating heat. It was just a heat generating device at that point. Got it all together, and I did a couple streams, and yeah, it seemed like it was pretty cool. So I kept doing it. And my regularity in streaming is what allowed me to get a following. And with the following, partners started to kind of become slightly more visible on the horizon. What is the pooping going on over here? I leave you guys alone and you just start farting up the place. 7 years since Rabaz started streaming. Yeah, Rabaz and then previously recorded live was one of my hangouts, and they decided to end their stream just about at the time that I started. And they would not, they refused to, promote any other stream. They said, we are not going to promote any other stream at all. But I started to work on a project for them. And so their very last stream, they said, go check out Obother. I got their only promotion ever. And that was before raids existed. You couldn't, we didn't have raids. I'm trying to look for the sockets, the headphone sockets that I have for modular synthesizer stuff. What people call Thonky Kongs, but they're actually a specific Chinese connector. And you can find the part number if you really go searching. You've collected all the level 1 emotes. Yeah, it was pretty cool, right? And then, yeah, all but can mean almost entirely none at all. It's a very confusing little phrase there. All but successful means it could have been anything except a success, which is still a very wide spectrum of things it could be. So I wanted to back out of using that. Where'd they go? I had a whole thing that was full of these connectors. These are sewing bins. They're for sewing parts. So you can see all of the different things you have in your arsenal of sewing stuff. But they're very convenient for staging parts. So I can see what's going on, and I can organize them in these little portable things. Oh, here they are. Wait, is that them? Yeah, here we go. It was in a special place. Sitting on part of my tool bin. So yeah, as streaming went on, it suddenly became, hey, you might be able to partner with the platform if you can get 75, if you can reach that number of an average of 75 viewers in a month. And so you apply for partner and you say, I've reached the number, and they go, no. You go, oh, okay. I guess they won't let me do that. But then you apply again, and they'll just say, number good, you're a partner now. And apparently, if number goes up enough, you can negotiate your rates a little bit. I think they standardize that a little bit more, but I can't negotiate my rates. Pretty much half of the money goes to Twitch. It's just how they work. YouTube is apparently better with that because you get a better cut, and some of the other stream platforms are probably better about that. But Twitch is Twitch, and they can do that. But you really need 100 viewers to reach that average of 75, which seemed like it would be completely impossible, but we actually did it pretty well. It didn't take that long. Partially because of burn the subs, and partially because of the push towards partnering. YouTube definitely won't be better if they were as popular as Twitch. YouTube has a much better player. Twitch has their emotes. That's really the big deal, and it's a hard thing to kind of quantify. Twitch is where you go to keep your audience. YouTube is where you go to grow it. But I haven't seen an incredible amount of growth from YouTube because I suck. That's generally the case. You're not very entertaining, oh bother. Okay, I'm doing my best. Oh my God, thermonuclear burps. Wait, none of these messages... I hate it when it does this. Streamblade is lagging. YouTube likes punchy short videos. That's the opposite of what I'm using YouTube to do. This computer is more regularly parking these tabs, and I'm kind of annoyed at it. Ah, shut up. I hate the ads on YouTube, and they make you actively go and click skip. I'll fix this at some point. It's gotten annoying enough, and it's in my face enough that I feel the need to fix it. We made it to about an hour of intro, though, to be honest. So I'm champing at the bit here. I want to actually start working on this project. Would I get more viewers if I got a haircut and trimmed the beard? I say trim because if I shave the beard, I will lose all of my viewers. They will angrily not watch me instead of just not watching me like normal. Yeah, on screen just froze. That should be coming back up. Why did it all went out at the same time, didn't it? Yeah, okay, we're back up over here. Just my chat's so super slow. If I had boobs, would I get more views? Probably. Yeah, probably. I mean, I do kind of already have boobs, but I'm not supposed to. I really got to lose some weight. I'm getting on that train. It's fine. I'm eating less. All of my proportions have halved. At some point, I'm going to go over the hump and actually start losing weight. Yeah, I got a push-up bra, some kind of a sports bra, brassiere. What if I wore a brassiere, chat? Yeah, I don't know. I am losing the weight for me because I've been wildly overweight for way too long. But, I mean, if you look, my glucose levels are so much better in the afternoon now. That's always been a struggle with me, and at times I would fast. I'd just do OMAD, 1 meal a day. So we'll have to see where this all goes. Yeah, I mean, the Ozempic is working really, really well for me. You know, I saw a certain Swedish streamer who also has type 1 diabetes. I am a type 1 diabetic. I don't hide that, and I use the tag below. I know several streamers now that are also type 1 diabetics, and they both don't use the tag and don't care and all that stuff. But their perspective, one of their perspectives on Ozempic was just wildly uninformed. And they knew they were wildly uninformed about it, but what the semaglutide, the Smigol drugs do is kind of really complicated. There's a couple mechanisms that they act on that are your perception of hunger, your perception of, you know, it's certain things that type 1 diabetics may not have, type 2 diabetics may not have also. So for certain people using those drugs, it's not like a magic thing, right? It just recontextualizes how you feel about, you know, eating a meal. Like if I eat a smaller meal now, I feel just as satiated as with the larger portions that I was having before. So that's sort of the effect of these drugs. And it's something that honestly, it's broken in some people. It's broken in me. I eat way too much, and that's why I'm fat. But it's the perception of satiation in meals is affected by these drugs. So it's actually really good, and it is fixing something that is broken in a lot of people, a lot of Americans. It's broke. Why is America so fat? I don't know. Something broke biologically. That's my thing on it. It's not just, why aren't you going to the gym? Because I mean, yes, I'm an electrical engineer. Things are very sedentary around here, but we got the dog. I've been walking the dog. I've been active. I will start to go out of my way to exercise if I start losing weight on the side. It was just something where, you know, I'm the physique of like a beach ball. I don't want to get on my bicycle and go ride outside. I don't want people staring. So, you know, I'm going to set up the indoor bike, and then all those perceptions are gone, and that'll sort of help things along the way. But it's going to be a long process for me. It was last time anyway. Part of my journey was getting testosterone so that I could build up the muscle in order to utilize the carbs that I was eating in the first place. I can't do that now. They're not allowing me to get on that because of red blood cell count, which who knows why that happened. There's theories. That's why I do that blood draw thing that gives me the giant bruises. Either way, things are shaping up. I'm doing all right. But yeah, it was interesting to listen to this other streamer that I'm not going to name, but they're type 1 diabetic, but they had wildly uninformed. They said, why don't you just go to the gym? It's like calorie in, calorie out is a very simplistic thing. It is correct, but it is wiping frosting over a huge amount of bumps. What the hell does that even mean? It's glazing over the whole problem. Let's get to building stuff. Still getting used to the giant stream deck. This thing is huge. This one. Oh my God, wait a minute. No, come back. Start soon. There we go. Don't say that. that's a little odd, Mr. Smithers. Okay, music. This is just getting to the penultimate song in the, well, whatever. Yoink. Okay, so I'm still building this MIDI thing. This MIDI thing is supposed to help me out with the modular synthesizer so that I have something where I can press a key on a keyboard and it'll go boop, right? It'll do boop when I hit the key, and when I hit a different key, it'll go boop. It'll go boop in a different note, right? That's all it is. That's all I need. I just need something simple so that I can plug the keyboard into the modular synthesizer and it'll go beep boop bop. And we can use that eventually to tune it and get it all ready to go as a musical instrument. And then maybe one day I will have something akin to pleasing noises coming out of it. If not, it's just been fun building these things. So I thought that this would be a good step because it'll give me sort of the reference to tune things, and it'll make it a little bit more visceral and fun if I actually have like a keyboard to play along with the synthesizer. Let me just check to see that YouTube chat is present. Yeah, it's just very quiet. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna hopefully complete this thing today. I'll have to scrap up a couple parts. I know I don't have everything, but I did order stuff, and that brought me to Tadya Electronics. They're actually kind of good. They had the rarest of rare potentiometers that I could not find absolutely anywhere else. I looked at DigiKey, looked at Mauser, got really deep into the searches to the point where I had 4 DigiKey listings, and it was a picture with 3 different potentiometers on it, and they were all super weird. One of them looked like it might have been the right thing. I had no idea. So I was looking high and low in order to find this fucking thing. Apparently a 2-gang potentiometer that puts all of its pins in sort of a little grid. They put them like back to front like this is extremely rare. Who knew? I didn't know you knew how to play the piano. I've taken piano lessons as a kid, but I've been in the select singing group at my high school, grade school, let's be honest. It was middle school that I was in this group, and I could have gone into the a cappella group, the super select a cappella group, but I burnt the fuck out. I was burnt out in high school. I just, you know what? Well, yeah, because in analog equipment, you may want to have a volume control over 2 separate speakers, and so you would have one of these 2-gang potentiometers. In the modern sort of synthesizer-y stuff, we're not dealing with that many channels, and also you could affect volume control through the microcontroller and use the potentiometer as a reference, and so you could, at the flip of a button, make it linear or logarithmic. You could do all kinds of new stuff with it, right? But yeah, in the more analog stuff, way back in the day, you would have 2 separate channels outputting, and so the easiest way to do volume control in that would be to put a dual gang potentiometer on it. and then you'd have one with a switch so you could turn off the device with just the thing. Yeah. Yeah, nowadays, well, even back in the day, I have an actual like digital volume control. It's like a 15-volt chip that was used actually on a piece of scientific equipment, but it was one of the things they were considering for having the whole thing calibrate itself. And so they used audio products, and one of those audio products was a digital volume control thing. This is a fun bin. It's full of button, and it's full of Donkey Kong. So this is some of the stuff we're going to be soldering in today. We're going to do the front panel on this, which is a whole bunch of BS. And I guess I got to figure out what diodes and stuff I'm going to actually put on this. So let's get to it. Let's do it to it. I got all these parts here. We're going to solder them all in right now. But yeah, that Tadya place actually had what I was looking for. Kind of insane. I think it's 4 plugs. So we'll just get 4 of these out so I can put the bin somewhere else. We're not going to solder them in yet. Remember, what we're trying to do is we're trying to solder parts in from lowest to highest because we don't want to block ourselves out. And I don't know what I'm going to do about the 1N4007. I think that's going to be a surface mount part. So maybe that's what we deal with right now. BAT85. Yeah, let's do the diodes real quick, and that'll get us into the swing of things. So I'm going to get my vise over here. I use a miniature precision machining vise in order to hold the work and give it a little bit of extra weight. You can use almost anything to do this task. I just like this thing because it's got that extra little bit of weight to it from the steel that it's made out of. I still need to do like a rust thing on this. I dipped it in vinegar at one point, and I should be oiling this thing after I use it, because all my finger oils will get onto it and it just causes rust to form. Okay, so 1N4001 is a small signal switching diode. It is I think it's a low voltage one. Let's just double check over here with the parts list. So this is the main board, and we've got a 1N4001 somewhere around here. This is the main board, right? Yeah. Comes with a kit. Crystal. Oh yeah, we do have the crystal. 1x5 male pin connector. Do not populate. Oh, okay. XS2, 1x2 pin, replaced with jumper wire. Oh, we're gonna have to pay attention to these at some point. There we go. 1N4001. They don't give us any more information, but if we look it up, it's probably low dropout. General purpose plastic rectifier. What? I don't need my plastic rectified. 4001, 50 volts for reverse, and then forward current maximum is 1 amp, and it's probably, where is it? Oh, root mean square, DC blocking is 50 volts. What's the forward voltage? Oh, 1.1 volt. So yeah, it's your basic blocking diode. It's just a very simple thing. Let's see if we can find an equivalent, and it's probably going to be surface mount just because that's the parts that I have. That's the parts that I have at my disposal. Let's see, diodes are in this one. Those surface mount ones that were labeled 1A, I wonder which one those were. Right there. It's the first one in the kit. So we need 2 of them. These are pretty big. He's a big boy. Willow had her buddy over today. She had the 2 other corgis in the neighborhood over. They were able to play outside for a bit. So there's no barking at the door. She's too tired. She's sleeping. I know an M7 is the 1N4007, which is the same rated for the most amps. Yeah, the 1N4007 you see in a lot of relay circuits because they allow that sort of high current, high voltage reverse spike that occurs when you open up a coil. When you cut current from a coil and it spikes, the common thing to do is to throw that into a 1N4007. But we've got our 4001s here, so we'll be putting those in. in the 2 locations. I don't know where. Oh yeah, and we need to get the solder out of there. All right, soldering iron on. Let's open this up, and then we can get our, well, that I have to do through hole, so I'm gonna have to solder that differently. Can't solder it from this side. Yep. Probably need to replace the tip on this one. What is that one? I'll have to figure that out in a minute. I think it's probably a, what do you call it? Voltage regulator, the 7805. I'm gonna guess that that's a 7805. And then what megahertz are we talking about for the Arduino? It's 16. I could have just bought 16s, but I decided to buy a whole kit. So in case I ever need crystals, through-hole crystals, I have them. Because all I have is 17 megahertz resonators, and I could probably use those. I could probably use the resonators. There's tape on this thing. Come on. Give me the tape. Yeah, it's never easy. But when I order stuff like this, I like to order a kit, just in case I'm repairing something, and it requires a through-hole crystal. Took apart an electrical water heater device over the weekend. I was surprised at it having built-in GFI on the board. Yeah, wouldn't you want to... Well, I mean, it needs that, but having it on board level, I guess, is probably cheaper than purchasing a device. GFCI, I think, is the ground fault interrupt or ground fault circuit interrupt. Depends on what you want. Which one is it going to be? Is it going to be the top bin or the bottom bin? Is it this to that, or is it, because if that slides down, then this one's the 16. These are probably merciful enough to have the frequency written on the can, though. Let's see. It is. It's written directly on the can. All right, so we can just slap that sucker in there. This baby holds so many frequencies. That's interesting. So it's a GFCI chip. Seems like a weird thing to have. I guess it's fine. I wonder where the liability is on that one. All right. Right there, this here. I hear like a buzzing. Maybe it's just because it's quiet in here. I'm not hearing barking upstairs constantly. So much barking from that corgi. She's awesome though. She's my buddy. Good old flush cutters. So I can put my thumb on that so I don't send this thing flying into my face. Let's clean up the solder on that. Ooh, it's weird looking. All right, good enough. I dislike through hole. I don't like it at all. All right, so the diodes have a little line on the plastic case, and the circuit board has a little line on it as well. So I just need to kind of put that line in the right spot. These are 2 different diodes. We'll have to figure out which ones those are. The 1N4001, there's one here. I don't know where the other one is. We'll have to find it in a minute. Let's just get this one done so I don't have the part sitting out on the desk. Tweezers? Oh, right in front of me. Current transformer. What? What? These are nice and big too, so it's funny, the symbol on the schematic, or the symbol on the board, is exactly the size. It would be a good, that would make a perfect surface mount. You just put the pads on either side. Huh. Shame we have to solder it all the way over here. Like so, and then I could use a little piece of wire, or I could use this that I popped off of the crystal. Nah, we'll just use a little piece of wire, like all the others. Keep it uniform. Keep it uniform. All right, so get some solder on this. What? what just happened? There it goes. You'll never know how hard I struggled to find those stupid potentiometers. That was annoying to the highest regard. Why? That's just an excess of solder on that pin is really annoying me. And then when I solder this one, it's probably going to heat up through the wire and drop the surface mount part. Make sure to actually get a good solder joint. Do not abuse flux. You will become addicted to it. Flux is very gross, and you don't need a lot to really work stuff on the circuit board. I generally tend to avoid it. This solder is rosin core, so that brings with it a little bit. It also means that if I'm not using flux, sometimes I have to kind of encourage the solder joints to actually form properly. So you have to add a little bit of the rosin core solder in order to get things to be sticky to the solder, because my finger grease got on it a little too much. Hey, lines and squares. Well, I think the other parts of the wire are actually soldered in. This is not the most pretty way to do this. It's probably a prettier way to do it. I do wish that I could find circuit board tape, which I've described many, many times. And I know there is some kind of like a tape that they use to repair electronics, trace tape or something like that, but it's too expensive. I want something that's like Captain tape, but it has, what do you call it? It's got chicken legs. No, it has copper clad on the front. I don't need it to be conductive through the glue, because what does exist is something like that, but when heat is applied to it, it becomes soup. It's terrible. Where's this other one in 4007? That's VD7, VD8, and VD6, but those are BAT 85, whatever the hell that thing is. We've got one 1N4007 right here. Is the other one like sticking up? That's the jumper that I have to yump. I gotta yump the yumper. Maybe on a previous version it had that. 1N4007 is big. And also they list the two boards separately. There's two more over here. Oh, maybe I was looking at the wrong bill of materials. That's probably it. Well, before the diode thing goes away, I guess I'm going to need another one in 4007. So let's get one more out before this thing goes away. We got to find those BAT 85. I don't know what that one is. Well, probably an equivalent. I don't think I'll have the exact diode. If this were a surface mount kit, I would be much happier. Yeah, that stuff I have plenty of. And that stuff that they use on like stained glass and stuff has conductive adhesive, but the conductive adhesive immediately, I mean, it's like electrical tape adhesive style, where as soon as it sees heat, it becomes soup. It becomes like a liquid. And so if I make little traces on this with that tape and I go to solder it, the first thing it does is move and leaves behind sticky residue. So much in like the snails that it is supposed to prevent, it will leave a gross trail behind it. All right, so what's this other diode that I need? BAT 85? That's type diode, I guess. So I need 3 of these BAT 85s. BAT 85. I don't have it. I don't have it. None of these is... Okay, so we got to look it up. Rest assured. Copper foil and UV epoxy. I don't know about that. Tried building circuit traces with it. It does not work. I had to solder the bits of tape together. Yeah, and the adhesive is conductive, but only to a degree. It's weird stuff, and it's very annoying. BAT85 is some weird British diode. BAT85. Oops, not 7. What the hell is that? Zyko set, mini zirconium bracelet. 200 milliamp, 30 volt. Come on. Small switching Schottky diode. 200 milliamp, 30 volt, 800 millivolt, 5 amp, 2U. Okay, so we got to find something that's equivalent of this. A 30 volt in reverse and what is it? 2 microamp. That's reverse current. Wait, forward surge, 5 amp. What's the dropout? I don't give it. So that's a Schottky. I have a bin that's full of Schottky diodes. We'll just put a generic Schottky diode in there. Yeah, so that's the product that maybe I'll make $1 million off of, or not. I don't see it as being very popular, but it's something that I feel like should be a product, because it would be incredibly useful for me to be able to throw down some tape and then cut traces out of that. I have a bin in here that just says Schottky diodes. Schottky diodes are low dropout voltage, and they're designed to basically regulate current flow. And hold on. Regulate your like logic gates and stuff like that. It's not meant for like big stuff. It's not going to be doing a lot of work. It's going to be doing the small job of keeping something from charging, or something like that. Okay, yeah, those messages are old. Let's just make sure that my computer hasn't parked the memory. Okay, we're good. Okay, I'm up to date. Yeah, getting more memory in this computer is something that I kind of need to address. I'm not sure how expensive it'll be. It may very well be very expensive. And I need to look somewhere else. Schottky diodes. There we go. Put all this stuff away. Get out these Schottky diodes. Gonna need a bunch of them. I have one. Son of a bitch. Damn it. I thought I had more. Maybe I'm thinking of my F beads. 1N4148. We got more of those, but this is the 1N4148. Let's look up the specs on those. Small signal fast switching. 100 volt, 75 volt. That's, I don't know if that's the right thing. What are they doing with them? You guys are gonna think I'm some kind of a wizard. I can just look at this schematic and know what they're trying to do. What are we doing here? We're clamping the input voltage. This is clamping the voltage between, well, ground and ground. What's going on there? Oh, that's an LED, and then we have this here, probably to keep this positive? That's kind of weird. What else are we doing with it? 4001 is on the voltage regulator. I wonder if that's just reverse protection. 78L05, TLO74. Oh yeah, that's just showing power hookups. 12 volts going into here, and then for some reason we've got a diode on the 7805, which is a little strange to me. It's probably in the data sheet. Those are the other 4001s are there to provide you with reverse voltage protection. That keeps me from plugging it in backwards and blowing everybody up. MIDI pins, we've got a diode in there just in case, I guess. What are the second board BAT85s doing? I'm looking. Here we go. It seems like they split up voltage protection. Because that one goes to positive 5 volts in reverse. And this one goes to negative 5 volts on the same thing. Clock out to here. I think they split them up. There's the ones to 5 volts over here, and then the ones to ground over here, because you can diode voltage clamp. You can keep a voltage within two extremes by putting diodes to power and ground. So you can keep it limited to the amount that your stuff sees, so it doesn't blow it up. And I think they just split them up, which is kind of a, the whole purpose of the schematic is to communicate to somebody what your circuit does. So if you split them up like that, that makes it a lot less clear that this is what they were doing. You're trying to hide it in plain sight. Silly. Okay, so that's what those are doing. So, BAT 85 though. Through hole, single, silicon, 30 volt, 800 millivolt, 5 amp clamp. So I don't know if the small signal diode is going to be a good fit. That's a dual shot key. I can't do anything with that. 1N5819. Oh, I got a lot of those. Wait a minute. 1N5819. It's probably another Schottky, right? Let me just look it up real quick. 1N5819. Enter, and then let's move our thing over to here so you guys can see what's going on. From Vishay. 40 volt, 900 millivolt forward voltage, 800 millivolt forward voltage. I think this is going to be an equivalent. Reverse voltage is 30. This one is 40. It's got slightly better specs. This has 5 amp surge current. Forward current of 1 amp. What's your forward normal current? 200 milliamps. Yeah, so this will do. This will be just fine. We're above all these, like every single spec of this thing. What up, Wayne Johnson? 85? What? Oh, BAT 85. I see it now. I see it now. I see what you're doing. Okay, so we're gonna take just what I have. I have other collections of diodes, surface mount diodes, but this one will do just fine. This is something that I bought a bunch of because it was used in a bunch of different like synthesizer things, and I think for the purposes of what we're having it used for, I think it'll do just fine in the several different applications that they have for it here. Vishay's bought every component company that's ever existed. I think TI was doing that too. I don't know. It's all so incestuous. I don't know where it ends. All these companies buying up each other. At least they make the data sheets available for us, because that would be really, 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 really super bad for the hobby. If and even just like in general, the whole of electronics, working, reworking, building, and designing would be absolutely destroyed if these companies decided to ditch all the data sheets. It's interesting though, because we used to think that if something was on the internet, it was there forever. We were saying don't do anything embarrassing on the internet because it'll be around forever. And we're learning now that that's not actually the case. Much of the time, that really isn't the way things go. That the internet is somewhat finite, and things that get shared multiple different times get repurposed, and they lose quality over time. There's sort of an ebb and flow of information where if it's not popular enough, it just might go away. So that too with data sheets kind of, it's a little bit freaky. It's a little bit worrisome. If a company were to buy up all the parts companies and say, nah, you got to use our stuff now, and then they get rid of all the data sheets, we would be SOL, pretty much. Shit out of luck. Where did it go? It's gone. Oh my God. There it is. He's eating them. And then they're going to eat me. Oh my God. Okay, anyway. Flip this over. All right, so there's our second diode. These are genuinely small. I've used these a lot in the synthesizer for reverse protection. Yeah, these synthesizer modules are not using a lot of current, and they blow up like pretty violently when you do reverse current things. So even in some designs that don't have them, I have scraped traces in order to put these little guys in there. These are fine for the amount of current that we're running from synthesizers. It's really not that demanding, but these can really save your bacon. The embarrassing part is true. The internet remembers its most powerful memes, but it does indeed forget the data sheets. Well, it's the stuff that isn't popular. You know, we don't have the luxury of data sheets being super popular. They are incredibly important for electronics. And I hope that they will stay around on the internet in perpetuity. But like a lot of those 1995 websites that had genuine engineering knowledge on them are prone to going away because the person who maintains them dies or doesn't pay a bill, and it just vanishes from the internet. You no longer have that resource. It frightens me. It keeps me up at night. As a power user of this sort of thing. That's where all my skills are. Finding stuff. Basically hired as a professional Googler. I had those googly eyes. I may have left Groovy something with a false impression of my talents on the piano. I am not like skilled at all. Really am not. Another worrisome thing about this build is that we need standoffs, and I don't know if I have the female standoffs. I've got some little collections of them here and there, but no one unified location for them. That may be a difficult part about this. Gross. Okay, those are two of the bad 85s. Do we have any more on this board? Yes, we have one right here. Yeah, because I don't think these are going to see the most extreme conditions that are listed in the datasheet. As long as this thing switches and it doesn't completely kill the signal when it does, it'll be fine. I've been soldering them on the side of the stripe. Actually, the dropout doesn't matter, does it? I don't think it matters, because these are for over signal protection. Which begs the question: what are they doing in this circuit? They shouldn't be necessary. We'll take a look in just a minute. I'll clear it up. Clear the air. Man, I've talked about it multiple times on this stream. If one day I will rent out a small warehouse to stream out of, and we will switch gears and do a car building stream and do a resto mod. I love me some resto mods. Love them. A lot of people say blasphemy, but you know what? Whatever. Times are changing, old man. I gotta get with the times. And in that vein, I want to build an electric car. I want to build it. I want to build it from scratch. not from scratch. I mean, I wanted the resto mod from scratch, which means stuff that already exists. I got a degree in motors and controls, but I'm sure as hell not going to be doing the math. I would rather take over a something that speaks CAN bus, the Oh Bother Garage. I would be awesome. It'd be so cool if I had the resources of some of these other electronic streamers. Man, that'd be so cool. And then I could do a series of YouTube videos on it, and people would have this weird expectation of me constantly working on cars. Where's your car content, Bother? I need to fix my car. My car's in shit shape right now. Maybe I need to pay somebody to fix it. They're all things I can do. It's just time is money. What's up, Tikun? What are you still doing awake? Oh, no, you're waking up. Have you done any cost estimates? The estimate is on the amount of income that I make off of this stream, which is, it just says dick fart when I look at the papers. I look at the papers, like, how much did I make off of Twitch today? And it just says dick fart. And I'm like, well, that's rude. But that's just what it says. So, you know, that's where we are. That's my cost estimate. X 5.7. I think that's going to be a jumper. I'll leave it as a jumper just in case we want to yump on it. This 5-pin connector looks like it's probably the programming interface. It would be nice if the Erica synths would share any code, but they just don't. They just don't share code. Do we have any more diodes that need to go in here? Because it's me. Dio. Duh. No, I think we got all of our parts. What also remains to be installed is this obnoxious opto isolator. This is not like a normal opto isolator. This one specifically works in TTL logic level signals. It's got like a logic gate in it, which is very annoying. Now the question is, do I need to install these things in sockets? Should I put all of my ICs in sockets? In which case we need to remove this one. So let's get this one out of there, and we're going to make sockets. I have not purchased sockets. Sockets are they're a crutch. I don't appreciate using sockets in this type of electronics. Although for the number of exploded ICs that I've traditionally seen in synthesizers, I am scared enough to actually kowtow to the socket gods. So I'm going to use the methods that I use to remove ICs change on the daily. In this case, I do not want to use. Hold on, wait, no. Oh, that's a lot of heartburn suddenly. Oh, I didn't put tape on the reverse side, so some of those will be a little three-dimensional. Oh well. Okay, so I use different methods to do this. There's all kinds of different ways to do it. I don't want to use what do you call it? Chip Quick, because it's expensive. It does a number on this kind of stuff. It's amazing. But instead, what I'm going to do is put my tweezers in here, and now the tweezers are trying to separate, and they're trying to wedge themselves onto this IC. And so what I can do is just go over this with a lot of solder, and probably I'm going to use the big soldering iron tip. The big tip is very, very helpful. I've got a couple different ones here. These are the only ones that I really ever use. I've got a super duper needly pointy one for stuff that is too small to see. I've got a little bit of a nubbin end, and the nubbin end is really good for surface mount. Then I have a normal wedge, which is great for through hole and some larger stuff, or surface mount if it's being belligerent. I have a wedge tip that has a giant heater on it. This is for stuff that I can't reach with this one that's super stubborn. And then I have the giant blade. This thing could also be one of those 45-degree tips. This is designed to just be the big boy on campus. This thing is supposed to turn solder into molten solder no matter what. And this can also help solder surface mount parts where you have to drag over everything. Do you like the bent tip one? I don't have a bent tip one. What do you mean? These are the only ones that I've ever traditionally needed now. Now, they sell all kinds of manner of soldering iron tips, but I mean, budgetary and otherwise purposes, these are like, they used to be like $15 each. So I only have a select number. Eventually with these needle tips, these will degrade because I use a dry soldering sponge. Even if you use just a regular sponge, just the act of cleaning it is enough to disturb the metal over time. And so these have a shelf life. Well, not shelf life. They have a service life of service hours that I get out of them. They're still readily available, and I can buy them most anywhere. Wexo did me the favor of buying the updated version of my soldering iron, so they became a little bit more available. They changed the tips a little bit some years ago. I don't know what the current state of pace is, because I just don't... Tools like this, you don't keep up on the modern, you know, whatever. You don't have to. Tip gets hot. That's all I need out of this thing. So this is a like decade long tool. This thing will take me into the next century, unless some company that makes a super duper professional soldering iron wants to send me one for review. That's pretty much how I change that kind of a tool. So what I'm doing is I'm just adding a lot of solder and just going back and forth on the pins. You could even use a little piece of wire in here, and the wire would go along the pins and allow you to just make it all molten at the same time. And with it all molten at the same time, I can just gently coax this thing into the snafu of falling down. And you can feel like there's little clicks and stuff. You just have to be careful not to put too much force into this, or you could lift the pad on the other side. Basically with through-hole, the through-hole part acts like a rivet with the solder on it. The solder acts like a rivet, and it can hold parts in fairly strongly. I've seen parts on circuit boards that have survived being a literal explosive. But when you try to rework that part, you're getting rid of that strength, and you're putting all of that force on a pad that is just lightly adhered to a piece of FR4 fiberglass. I am not looking for firmware updates on my soldering iron. Yeah, that's kind of where I draw the line too. There are some that have like a USB key that's like your ID and all your settings that you like, and you're supposed to plug it into the iron. It's for like factory work, but like, no way, no way. My soldering iron does not need to be smarter than I am. What is my purpose? You heat up solder. So I need more solder, and that's going to make a huge mess. I find the bent tip useful in some situations where I need to get down in between components that are too close together without obscuring my view. That's an interesting use. That's why my viewers back in the day, Dewey and Celia Russell and some of the Octoj, they bought me this hot air station with 45-degree angle tips. It's something Louis Rossmann got made and then sold and sells. I think he still sells them. And so that's where I get the hot air station. Typically I don't use hot air that much. We've had some places where it's been indispensable, and those stations are getting nice and cheap these days. They something about their technology now. They've made them nice and inexpensive. But yeah, this one has that 45-degree angle tip so that I can stream and you guys can see what's going on. This is getting annoying, this slow walk that I'm doing to take this thing out. I'm worried about the pads on the other side if I've done something to them. The other way you can remove something if you're not trying to preserve it, which I'm not, is you can clip all the pins. But again, the amount of force that you're putting into those pins by clipping them in place may be enough to disturb some of the circuit board elements. My iron's fantastic. You can turn it off or on. Temperature control is useful in this kind of soldering, because if you over temperature, if your soldering iron's one of these rip-roaring hot Radio Shack house burning soldering irons, you can tend to lift pads through heat, through overheating the pad. And that's a bad day. That's a bad day. See, it's still making clicking noises and it's still kind of separating, but I'm sort of losing momentum on it. Oh my God, this thing is going nowhere. What's going on? What's your deal? Maybe we will just cheat and use hot air. Turn on that hot air station just quickly. This is cheating. one should have to suffer the desoldering process. Come on, bud. This thing is refusing to move. A little concerning, actually. There's plenty of flux. I can see the flux moving around. It's just not cooperating. What's going on here? This thing is not moving. All right, I'm getting scared. I'm getting scared. I'm gonna harm stuff. Might just clip leads on this. Yeah, I'm getting scared. I'm gonna lift the pads on the other side. How much space do I have here? Yeah, we're just going to clip them. Goodbye, TLO74. You served me well. This is the brutal nature of through-hole. Survival of the fittest. Survival's hard fought out here. And because these are the cheapest metal ever, you can just do that. You can just flex it out. Now when you, if I were to use like the solder sucker to try to remove those, the solder sucker, there can tend to be just a little bit of solder in there from surface tension. It's supposed to bounce the pin around a little bit, and that actually, the electric solder sucker is really good at doing that. But it can be very annoying to free up the entire IC that way. That is one way to do it, though. Oh my god, my stomach is absolutely punishing me. Whew. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. I've got just like nuclear burps coming up. Yeah, I need a smaller tip than this. I gotta remember to take that famotidine in the early morning. Got a slim iron with 25 watts, and then another 60-watt iron for raw scenarios. And plugged in means no switch. Huh. This is a 300-watt soldering iron that I'm using. Although I don't think the tip supports that. Depends on the tip. Just means I will never have the scenario, which I've had before, where a blob of solder will bridge to ground on a circuit board that's poorly designed, doesn't have heat relief, and create a sudden and extremely effective heat sink that then prevents me from soldering anymore. Are these look broken? I'm concerned with those. Some of the ones that have like a lighter disposition, I'm a little concerned about having lifted the pad, and we'll have to see who's connecting on the top side if I need to do solder repair for my crappy job at removing these things. You see how nothing's sticking on that? Ah, crap. Son of a... So I shouldn't have done that method. Don't do that method. It's bad for circuit boards that aren't super robust. But the fact that they lifted might mean that there's no other trace connected to them. We just have to verify that once we clean up all this stuff. Why am I doing this right-handed? Iron goes in the right hand. What are you doing? These are just the remnants of the pins. And I believe I have another TL074. It would be another huge failing on my part if I don't have a spare one. Generally, I keep them around for through-hole, for solderless breadboarding. Because I've got TL072s and 4s in stock as both surface mount and through-hole. Pull out the flamethrower. I tried to use hot air. It didn't do anything. It wasn't doing anything. So we're just extracting all these pins. For some reason, my tweezers are like sticky to solder now. I think every single pad that didn't have a trace on it on the upper layer is gone. That's not good. I completely fucked this up. Wow, that's fascinating. Wow. I'm missing more than just several. This is like a significant number. And I can't get heat to the other side of the pin when it's only the pin sticking up without a pad. No, give me the thing. Where is it? I can feel it. It's about to drop out the bottom is what's going to happen there. Yikes. What an awful job I've done on that. That was a huge mess up. Try to extract from the back here. Wow. Genuinely messed that up. What's going on there? Can we use desoldering braid on it? There might just be a lot of copper behind there, or a lot of solder behind there. Yeah, maybe I need to work from the other side. I despise through-hole, and this is why. Going to clean up and then assess the damage that I just did by removing this chip. This is the TL074. It is a 4 op amps in one package. 4 amp op amp. 4 amp op amp. Yeah, it's a very, very common, especially in modular synthesizers, very common op amp. Which is good. You want to use common parts. Don't use weird, annoying parts. There's enough weird, annoying parts in this build already. Without some kind of a cursed op amp being in the fray. So yeah, if I use this sucker on this side, I may not clear out the whole thing, and I may not be able to heat it up. But I can then go back to the go back to the ones that I missed. This is got a thingy on it. Yeah, hold on. We gotta clean this from the other side. That messed up. I bought 100 of them for €4. Oh my god, that's a great price. I buy them in smaller batches than that. Oh my god, disgusting, disgusting. All right, this is full of a bunch of stuff that I shouldn't be touching. But what happened was a little piece got in some part of this that it shouldn't. This is a dental scraper. Try not to get this all over the place. Yeah, there's a little bit of solder around the tip here. Just carefully. There's dielectric grease inside of this thing. There we go. You see that? This whole plug of solder is what came out. All right, perfect. We're back in business. I just need to put this on there. And then I need to get a paper towel and like wipe off all this carcinogenic stuff that I just released into the world. Disgusting. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so continuing on. Boink. And then we've got these here. It still looks like hell, but now my solder sucker is back in commission. Probably should put a new tip on it, but oh well. OL. I didn't expect this to take up so much time, but I royally messed it up. Just an absolute poop show of solder reworking. The exact thing that I said to be careful about happened, and I lifted a bunch of pads all at once by putting too much force into it. And I wasn't really even forcing it that hard. I had barely any pressure on it, and that was enough. That was enough. It said, I've had enough. And not the most expensively produced PCB on the planet. Boy, is it taking up a lot of my time, though. I really could use some... Oh, man, come on. You know? I could have put some extracurricular time into it, but I figured I'd save this build for you guys because it's more fun when I have a kit. Something's not happening here anymore. Did I lose suction or something? No, the pistons still should be fine. The tip is just a little unwieldy, I think is what's going on. Also, this can melt back into what I was working on. And there's a lot of solder here. Iron's just not working properly. I need just a little bit of tacky flux will go a long way in this scenario. Just a little tiny bit. Becoming a hand model. My hands are full of scars. Yeah, that little bit of flux helped keep that heat in, keep it looking good. Not a huge advocate for using flux though. I don't plaster this stuff onto everything that I work on. Yeah, some weird went on with the solder sucker. I don't know if it's as effective as it used to be. That or there's, see there it worked. That or there's just a lot of material on the other side of these. Oh, that one still has solder. Oh, good, good, good. Good, good, good. Double plus, good. All right, now it's starting to clean up a little bit. These I gotta get from the other side. This one I can get from this side. Come on, bruv. Come on, bruv. There we go. I'll probably use solder braid to clean these up even further. Where's the heat? What's going on here? Iron's still on. Weird. Let's get it from the other side, though. That'll help us get the rest of these. Oh, yeah. See, there's just an excess of solder on this side. Yeah, I just messed up desoldering that so badly you guys get to see it in full HD, how much I screwed that up. What the F are you doing? There we go. Those ads with the guys handling 2x4s. I don't know what you're triggered about. Yeah. In the big country. I can be a hand model for work gloves. Look at how fucked up my hands are. Buy safety gloves. All right, I need the larger. I need the wedge tip on this one. I need one of these guys. Not the one with the heater, just this one will do fine. We'll get in there with the violence of action. This is taking way too long. There's a huge blob of solder on this one. What's going on there? Yeah, see that there's so much heat on this tip that it just immediately hits both layers. There we go. What the? Yep. All right, that's looking good. Let's get this one still. And then we got to look at the other side and see the lifted pads, if they go anywhere. Much better. Okay, cool. So those are all ready to go. Now we need to look at the other side. And this is a black PCB, so it's going to be hard for us to see what's going in and coming out. We can get a good impression by the reflection, since they are two-dimensional, three-dimensional things. Which ones are missing? Wait a minute. Hard to see which ones are missing when you have the angle there. It looks like the ones that lifted are not doing anything. There's three. 1, 2, and then 3. And they have... I don't see any traces coming out of that. So I'm going to guess that those pins down here have some purpose. I don't know. It's hard to see with the flux there. Is pin 1 just not doing anything? I guess we're going to have to check it point to point just to make sure that there's continuity. Otherwise, I got to drop wires down on it. So let's take a look at this part of the circuit. Looking at the O74's datasheet, you can build a bandpass filter with a Q of 69. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so well, actually not TLS74, we're here. And we are in the amplifier section. So over here, we're going to look at pins 14 and 13 are supposed to be connected. What is it? 14 and 13 are here, but it's okay if they're not, I guess, because it's just... And I see, hold on, I got to get the solder out of this one. There you go. Pins 14 and 13 are probably connected on the other side of the board. Let's just get the multimeter out and check. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So pin 8 is the one that... Pin 9 is one that we have to look at as well. And then 13 and 14... And we'll have to see what pin 1 is. So this one should be connected to this one. It is. Okay, so that's connected. We're good on that. That's just parking the one. And I over here, I've got the schematic open and I'm looking at it. So pins 1 is supposed to go to C20. And so that's this one right here. Pin 1... C20. That is connected. I've got 3 ohms on it. Good. Okay, so that one's okay. That one's okay. Pin 7, 8, 9. Pin 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. This is a quad op amp, so where's that? Where's the other one? There it is. Pin 9 to C22. You've sunk my battleship. Pin 9, C22 is this one, I believe. No connection there. Make sure I'm actually getting connection here. There we go, ohms. Okay, so that one's connecting. Wait, oh, I slipped off of the thing. I was looking at the same wire. Is this trace like right here? No. 18, C9. This is C19, wait a minute. Pin 9 goes to C22. Unless I change that around. Where's C20? C22 is all the way over here? That doesn't, let's try it. Ohms. Okay, so everybody connects. We're in good shape. We don't have to worry. We finally have learned to let our nerves go, and we can forget that this has ever happened, that I did anything wrong. We just don't, we don't need to engage with it at all. There's a pad on the other side of the board, and there's a via. But the pad on this side of the board did not have any traces coming out of it, and so it got severed. It got pulled away when I was pulling the chip away. So I need to get another TLO74, which is in this bin. Nope, not that bin. Wrong bin. Wrong bin! Get the right bin. Get it right, streamer! Where is that bin? Where's that bin? Where's the bin? The bin. Okay, so TLO74, I believe if we just grab one of these, it'll be the right thing. Oh, there is actually a socket in here. I'm not going to use one of these sockets, so... oh, here we go. This right here. That's TLO74, right? Yes. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use headers. And I happen to have these low-profile headers that you can also plug chips into. So we will outfit this whole damn thing with headers. Now, let's see, how can I do that effectively? I guess what I can do is get a couple of the male headers and use that as like a bridge. So yeah, which ones am I going to use? I'm going to use these, and then if I take just like two little pieces of this, and it's just wide enough to go from one to the other. That's all I need. Because what it'll do is hold this up. So this one is a 16 pin. We'll just do it this way. Yeah, do it like this. Oh, that's funny. I could not break the header for that. I use this tool for the headers because it's two opposing blades, and with oh, here, you guys better view. With two opposing blades like this, they'll put pressure evenly on the header pin, and then you don't get a little piece of metal left over on the end. This one puts pressure on one side because it's made to cut flush, and so it'll actually snip it too close to one of the sides. Careful now. All right, two sides of this. I didn't want to put it, ouch, I didn't want to put it on the IC directly and then solder it in, even though the IC will kind of hold it in place, because the IC pins are bowed outwards a little bit. That's just how they come. There are, what do you call it? There are tools that can straighten those pins out. What I do is I put the IC on the table and I tilt it just a little bit, and that'll bend them in a little bit so that they fit. So yeah, these are standard spacing, so I can just pop this thing on here, and what's the distance going to be? Yeah, it's 3. Wait, which one's which? That's the same one. Okay. That, you know, you used to have collections of sockets and stuff in your arsenal of parts, but yeah, they're kind of annoying to deal with. Some of them have a built-in decoupling capacitor. And so we've made this little kinematic delight. We are always parallel. Okay, so put this in there. And that should hold it at the right spacing and everything for us to get that in there. And so that low profile spacer is now my socket. Now you can come in on this thing and like push it to the side and accidentally bend it. You just got to be a little bit cautious. We'll just solder this directly on the table. I'm doing this directly on the table because I can just push down on it to make sure that it's soldering in straight. Oh, this is from 2017. 2017, and you're designing your parts with through holes? We need to bring back shaming. So I got to get all four corners of this, and then I'll inspect to make sure it's okay. And then we'll go to the other ones. How does that look? How does that look? That looks good. I think that worked really well. So we're going to do that with all of the ICs. Yeah, this is a kit, and the kit only came with the Atmega 328P, which Atmega 328P for a MIDI converter? Sounds a little bit Arduino-y. Sounds a little Arduino-y. I guess maybe if I get bored one day, I can reprogram this thing to be an Arduino, and then I would have control of the code, and I would be able to software tune the voltage levels coming out of it to make sure that they're right. That's what a lot of the synthesizer, the digital synthesizer guys do, is have it digitally tunable. And so they have got these weird equations inside of the software that are doing stuff in order to make strange voltage levels that are scaled. Because there's no external tuning stuff on this. And you know, when you tune stuff with analog, especially in synthesizer stuff, you can run into temperature swings. So when your module is in there with all of its buddies and they're all doing their best to make your weird tones, they are heating up just a little bit, and with all of them together and no ventilation, it can be enough that you have all of your stuff go out of tune from heat. There are actually DOI for everyone, not just surgeons. There are temperature dependent resistors that some people put into their oscillators in order to keep them honest. This is small enough that I think it's going to heat up my finger when I go to anchor it. Well, it didn't heat it up. Oh no, there's the heat. Ow. Jeez. Is that leaning over to the side a little bit? Looks like it is. Oh no, it's just because I have to push down on this. All right, so might need to push down a little on this side. Go. All right, that's another socket in. Yeah, looking good. All right, so far, this technique has been working for me until it doesn't. And these are very small. They're great for the legs of chips. Yeah, they fit in really nicely, sort of. It seems a little lacking. Oh no, that's in there. Yeah, you push down a little bit on it. Okay, good. So I was getting a little worried there for a second. Okay, another 4-pin. If you have a dual row header, it's much easier than what I'm doing with single row headers. Oh, I still got it. Yeah, it fell onto my jeans. Yeah. Sorry, everybody. I know the track doesn't sound right, but it's it's you gotta have summer, you gotta have that summer sun for the vibes of the track. God, this is annoying. Okay, there we go. All right, that one goes here. I better not depend on that. It does seem to like everything is 0.1 inch spaced, but I don't want to press my luck. Forced air synthesizer. I do have some tiny fans that I can put in the thing, but you'll never get bored. You probably already have 20 other projects that are waiting to be worked on. I have more than that. Yes. Yeah, one of the things that I would love to get back to, and I've got too many fires burning right now, but the RC car body is something that I could really sink my teeth into, and we could add LEDs to it in order to make the headlights work and stuff. Now that I've got the printer, the goop printer working with semi-clear, whatever it is, goop, I can print stuff that's smoked. And that would be really cool for the car body, because I can then airbrush the outside, because I bought all those acrylic paints for airbrushing. I wanted to have a go at that so that I could have the car all painted, and the windshield and all that stuff would be like smoked, and so you wouldn't be able to see in, but the LEDs would shine through from all the electronics in there. And then I would also on the remote have some buttons that I can hit in order to turn on headlights and stuff. It would be super duper duper awesome, and I would be the biggest man baby at the track. Finally, they'd finally recognize me and get an award. I think it comes with like a sash, a big man baby sash. It's like, I love doing that kind of stuff. I love working on the RC car and stuff. But then I go outside and I am this perfectly spherical human being with all the RC car stuff, and it's like, yeah, this is turbo nerd stuff. The only problem is the good place for me to have the RC car is where I am visible by the neighbors. So it's always like, oh man, why'd you build that? Oh, because I can. I still haven't gotten the top speed from that RC car. Without the gyroscope, I got up to 35 miles an hour for the 1/28th scale RC car. I would like to know with gyroscope what that number is, because I think it'll be an impressive number. And we've had some gorgeous weather around here lately, so I've been tempted to get the batteries out and do that. But again, I got to finish stuff like this. And, this is not working on Burn the Subs. So obviously I get people coming in here going, remember Burn the Subs, Bother? And I'm like, you're not my task manager. I'm solely responsible for the content of the stream. Which one? Oh, this one. I'm the one who knocks. Okay. Now we can solder all of the IC holders. Look at that. It's already looking more like a professional piece of... Oh, we forgot one. Back in the day, when we would do wire wrapping stuff, we would use the square headers to wire wrap around, and you'd put components in them. So you would have like an IC socket with like a resistor in it, and that's how you had your like tuning resistors and stuff. It was a crazy time. Lawless. All right, come on. There we go. Ow, 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 ow. Pain. Ugh, there we go. Just Stop hurting me. I wonder how much money they make off of something like this. Like, if I started to put together kits of my synthesizer stuff, which are mostly just copies of other people's synthesizer stuff. Probably could be lucrative. Be a lot of work, though, to build up a family of devices. The oh bother stuff. Like Erica Synths, Emily Gillette was just like, fuck all y'all, I am done with this. So it's like, do I want to jump into the fray? Do I want that in my life if it's already caused people to go insane and stop doing it? I have a love of soldering and building things and being clever. I don't know if I'd businessize selling kits. I bothered to put this together. Sticker. I did it. I put an effort on something, anything. Oh my God. Okay, so we got to solder all this stuff. So buckle up, Buttercup. We're in for a bumpy ride. This doesn't make any sense. Down here. Look at you, unsoldered. See, doing stuff like this, I'm sort of in my lane, thriving, right? And I get to look cool while doing stuff that is really quite simple. There's really not much to this, but I get all this credit. People go, bother, you are so smart. I go, what? Just solder stuff together, man. You're not a merchant? No, I'm not in the Merchants Guild. That's where, that was like the company that I worked for in Westchester, where they had all the eggheads in their little area. They had their hardware guy, who was this dude whose name was Tom, and he was this big dude with like a big beard and like long hair some of the time. It was all gray hair, but he's just this big roly-poly guy who would wear flannels. I think I'm morphing into a coworker. Oh my God. Anyway, he would just be in the back, like just working on all kinds of different stuff, differential signaling and timings and stuff like that in order to make all these instruments. But there were the forward of house guys who were the ones that would schmooze with like famous musicians in order to make their products work properly for the artists. So they got to like do all that stuff, while the hardware guy got to just poke around with circuits in the back. It was a cool arrangement for your introverted electrical engineer. But he was like one of the founders, one of the primary founders. They came over from Creative Labs in order to make these the devices that they made, these sort of remote mixers it was apparently a product they were going to make at Creative, but then Creative got bought out by China and sort of mothballed everything. And so they were just like, well, we're going to take advantage of this and make a business. And I think they're still around. I think they're still making pretty good hardware. But yeah, the arrangement looked pretty sweet. And then the most fearful part for the rest of us was when this lead engineer would go into the bathroom with a DigiKey catalog. If you guys are like Gen Z, maybe you don't know about it, or maybe you've just never received something like this. The DigiKey searchable websites with all the parts on it were not a thing back in the day. I mean, they kind of were. They made some sense, but what you used to do is you used to go through a catalog of Bible-thin pages, and these were like something like 800 to like 10,000 page giant bricks of books. They're the kind of books that you could put a table on. But so you would be sent these huge catalogs, and so he went into that for some light bathroom reading, in which case we were all just cowering in fear, because inevitably in the end he would find some kind of a chip that he wanted to try and see if it worked for the product lineup. I do not understand this catalog stuff. Yeah, I used to go by functionality, and then you were hit with a big spreadsheet of parts, and you would look for certain characteristics within the spreadsheet of parts, and then from there you might go look for the data sheet. Luckily in my day, back when I was little, when I was in high school at least, we were able to get the data sheets online, which helped massively because that's a lot of paper. But you know, you'd have to find what a product is and what the specs are. You would just get what they gave you on the sort of spreadsheet on the catalog page. You have to drill down a little further in order to get all the minutia of a potential design. Minutiae. Yeah, online data sheets are incredibly nice. All right, what are we doing next? We got a couple more components on this piece that need to be seated. We need to put a yumper here, so let's get the yumpers out. What else do we have? Pin headers we'll do later. We've got a yumper, we've got a capacitor. And then I think we are good on this board. I think so, yeah. All right, cool, progress. 447 UF, 25 volts, and then we need a 78 LO5. I've got 78 LO5s in that exact type, just because they are they're probably older than I am. That's the thing about these chips. The 78 LO5 is a good part. It's a nice part. It does its job, but it also does tend to get hot. So I don't appreciate them as much as others. I like to have more of a, you know, like an LM1117, a lower dropout sort of style regulator. The best literature to get this century. Oops, that's the wrong scene. That's the right scene. Okay, 78 LO5. Gonna be one of these. I think it's actually the one with the spread pins. Let's double check using my eyeballs and totally not use a readily available magnification to supplement. 7.4 LO5. 7.4. Wait, that's not 7.8? That's an 8. I just can't read. Let's see if we can find one with the pins not separated out like that, because I think it'll fit better. I don't know how many I have, though. Yeah, like that's not a 78 LO5. It's a 2N222222222. 2N222222222. There's a lot of 2s on the 2N2222. Meat! Oh no, 8. 8811? Nope. 78 LO5 with the pins all straight up and down. I don't know how easy this is going to be to find in these TO92. I've all of the TO92s in one bin, so. That's a 222. Ugh, it's going to be impossible, actually. All right, hold on. We're just going to dump them out and see if we can find one. Like, I mean, I can make this one work. It's just the bend in the legs is a little annoying. They were using a 78 LO5 in 2017. Are you kidding me? I think all the ones with the close pins are just transistors. 2222. Just dig a little further. Nope, 222s. Yeah, okay, so we'll just use the one with the spread legs. The wide stance. All right, let me check to see. Nothing's happening on Twitch. So post bots, we're in the swing of things. I've got the same number of viewers. Ha! I'm not one of these Twitch streamers that suddenly disappeared when Twitch put the hammer down on bots. They did a big bot purge, and so there are some streamers that just don't have viewers, which is insane to think about. Like, people were just botting? That's crazy. I couldn't live with myself if I did that. From ST, I almost worked for that company. this year, but then they canceled at the last minute. Yeah, ST Micro is a name. It's a known manufacturer of many good parts or bad parts. I don't know. They're not paying me. Okay, so with the TO-92, I think let's see what they call for over here. I just want to double check to see that it's a standardized pinout, because sometimes they get tricksy with these things, especially in a part that's existed like for our entire lives and existed significantly before our lives. It's O-Botter, yeah. According to the Swedes, I'm O-Botter. And I'm just out here botting. 78L05. Okay, that's what they call for. That's the part number. I'm going to trust what they have on the board here. And that's 78L05 is literally the part number that I have right here. I would love to put a different low dropout regulator on this, something that didn't heat up as much, but we'll live with ourselves, if you can call that living. So I'm just gonna bend back the pins a little bit here. I don't know why they didn't use a LM whatever. I guess the 1113 is more of a surface mount part. Why isn't this going in? Hold on, you pins. You know what helps in this case? Staggering the length of the pin. That way I can get the other two started before I have to seat this one, and they all go in evenly. That's what they do with LEDs. It's good enough for LEDs, it's good enough for me. Bada bing. Double check that it's facing the right direction. We're all good there. Cool. I despise through-hole, really do. What's up, Miguel Oz? I just got hold of a nice BLDC motor with sensors. Ooh. 170 kilovolts. 170 kilovolts? 65. Is that like a freaking car motor? What the hell? Got any recommendations for a VSC? Like a controller board, open source is fine. I don't, it depends on what your application is. If you're looking for more servo-y stuff, you could look at what Granite Devices has, because they do have a pretty comprehensive, they've got what they like to call the Swiss Army knife of BLDC motor controllers. So for like an industrial application. For a personal application, I don't know, because I haven't really messed with a lot of that recently. There's probably stuff that's pretty cheap nowadays. Back when we were doing stuff with BLDC, we had all kinds of issues sourcing a controller, and that's where Granite Devices really helped out. Who makes the motor? Is there a data sheet for it? These pads are not helping me solder. They're the tiniest pads I've ever seen for a through-hole device. Yeah, my numbers are exactly where they were last week. That's nice to hear. That means that you're not all bots. Contrary to popular belief, O-Bother's stream is not watched by a bunch of robots. They at least pass the Turing test sometimes. Okay, so there's the voltage regulator in. We are missing a capacitor and a jumper. I've got a bin full of jumpers. Let's do the capacitor first, because I've got a bin full of capacitors over here. Turn off the hot air station. 47 off, and I'm guessing somewhere around 50 volts. 470, 16. We got to be careful though, because there's potential for 24 volts to be present across something. I'm a living thing. Yeah, yeah, sure. Chat's trying to assert that they're actually real. It's very cute. I can't even read the value of this thing because it's like off on the side. All right, get over here. Get out of here. Get out of here. So what size are we looking for? Okay, it's that size. So it's like similar to this one. 6.8. Hope I didn't use up all my 47s. I can see what he's doing, but I won't comment to everything. You can comment to everything. This gives us a engagement in chat. But yeah, Sounds nice. Thanks for the tip. Oh, okay. We're already at that point. Was that what you used for the arm braking steering wheel? Arm braking steering wheel was, yeah, actually it is Granite Devices, but it's an older product that they no longer support. It's, but they have these like little card things that you put in. And that is the motor controller, and then it's hooked up to a board that does like the joystick stuff. But the Granite Devices went over and did Simu Cube, but then they turned that into a closed system with their own motor. So they don't support the DIY one anymore, which is the open wheel project has probably come a little bit further. So I'm wondering if I can find like a tutorial on loading the open wheel project onto the Granite Devices controller, because that may mean that I would be able to have like a screen and some other quality of life things, like having those digital buttons actually be digital buttons instead of faking my way into being a radio modem, a Bluetooth low energy modem. But Granite Devices does a lot of industrial stuff, and I've got this 120 volt controller that can be used on just about any, on any motor. And the giant linear actuator that I have, we got that running with it, and I was able to lean into it like a football player, and it could just easily push me back, all 270 odd pounds of me. So Granite Devices is good if you've got like a brutal industrial motor. You're gonna have to like look into it and spec out things properly, but once you get it, you can use it on a variety of different motors. That's why it's perfect for me, because we don't have a job for a giant linear actuator or a motor like that. I was wondering if we could build one of those chairs that allows you to lie down completely, and then it comes all the way up to a sitting position using that linear actuator. It might be a little bit much though, because it is like a 200 volt like motor. So I don't know. Yeah, the Atmega is directly, this came with the kit. This is the only part that came with the kit, and it's pre-programmed. Yeah, that would be if I ever, the dream, if I ever make it enough in streaming that I can afford to rent or buy a property, it would probably be a warehouse nearby. And if I did that, then one of the first projects that we should do is to make one of those crawlers. Why do they always go with 4.7? Is that, or 47 4.7? This one's 68. It'll probably do just fine. I wonder if there's a specific frequency that they're trying to get rid of. The 60 hertz is somehow mathematically related to 4.7 when you do capacitor calculations. It just makes it so that I don't have any of those capacitors because they're used in all the audio stuff. There's another 6.8. Come on, man. 47. Looking for the 47s like Hitman. 47D is pushing it. And this one has a 25 volt. It needs to be 25 volts. What's the voltage on you? 50. That's okay. What up, Agelos? Agelos. 220. Come on, man. Yeah, I wonder where the math works out on the 470s. I may have to go pile to pile to make sure that I'm not... Well, 47.25. This is it. This is it. We've landed. We finally got there. I just want to thank everybody for helping me throughout the years get to this point. And okay, so this is the 47 up, and you can see I have been working vertically. The parts that I put in get taller and taller as we go. I need 2 of them. Ah, wait, this one's 10. Okay, so we have 1 of them. So there's a stripe on this component. That means that the negative lead, which has the band on it on the through-hole capacitors, goes to that one. You can see the 2 different lengths to help us put this in like this. Bada bing. I'm just going to hold that by hand and solder it. If I had money, I'd buy the building my current employer is renting and then work on silently. You work for the company that's paying you? I get 2 paychecks from these jokers. Little do they know I'm double dipping. These filthy rentoids. I'm just going to seat that so that it doesn't have any trouble in the future. Ugh. So the paths for everything here are minimalistic, and I don't like it. It's not good for a soldering kit. ESD at work, zapping the stream. Who's zapping what? Oh, these people out here working on electronics, rocking their little ESD bands all the time. It's not necessary unless you work with some really sensitive electronics, which they're just not anymore. All right, cap number 1. Now we need to find 10 oof 25 volts. 10 ooh 25 volts. Am I going to be able to find such a thing? Where is the 10 off being used? Wait a minute. What does it do? What'd it do? What'd it do with that 10 off? Oops. Come over here. It's probably somewhere around here. 0.1, 10 off. There we go. It's on the 5 volt that goes through the 100 microhenry coil that I'm not installing. I don't have a 100 microhenry coil, and I'm not installing it because screw you, we're not going to need that much power filtering for the DAC. That's what these are. These two are the output channels. So 10 off 25 volts is not super crucial. Philadelphia. Welcome to the Philadelphia. That's what my buddy would always call Philly. And we were from Philly, so he could do that. If you're referring to Philadelphia as Philadelphia because you are a suburban weenie express who's afraid of the city, I look down on you. But if you're from Philly and you call it Philadelphia, I'm liable to fist bump you with a terroristic fist jab. 10 off, 50 volts though. Flipadelphia. Is the Swizz your Twitch died when the ads hit? Hey Nan, it's the Swizz. Your Twitch died when the ads hit. Did my Twitch die? Groovy just left a comment. I think we're doing okay. Everything looks fine over here. Let's check my broadcast. Go over here and look at this. What is going on? Oh, that's just on a significant delay. Let's hit live. Yeah, there we go. There's me pointing up at me, pointing at you, pointing at me. Everyone else dead. I don't know what's going on. It's not me. It's everything that I'm looking at tells me that I am concurrently broadcasting to both 47 and 3 people. And then everything seems to be healthy enough. Looking at all of my monitors. So the swaz jazz, I don't know what language, I don't know what the, this is very confusing. Okay. We're looking for 10 oof 25 volts. So we at least have a modicum of filtering going on in this circuit. It's not going to be an easy one to find though. We found a 50 volt one and I'm liable to just put that one in. I think that's what dropped down below the vise. Yeah, what's healthy? 6.8. It's all 6.8. We're getting there though. We've made a lot of progress. We're getting to the point. Well, we're not really getting to the point. We're getting along. I've got nearly all of the parts that I need. I thought I had some of those MIDI plugs, the ones that have the little metal frame around them. I could have sworn I had that, unless I was just looking at them and I decided not to buy them. And I instead, kidding me? I instead decided to buy the plastic ones that I have. We'll have to see whether or not we can actually finagle those into the same one, into the design. $47 at 16 volts. All right, I'm not finding it. We're just going to put a 50 volt in there. It's this little guy right here. 10 oof, 50 volts. So let's straighten the one leg because it's got a jaunty little stance. And we can get this thing in there. I mean, it's possible that I could find another board, like one of the sacrificial boards that has a 10F 25 volt, but nah. Yeah, let's just use these. All right, so where are you going? You're going all the way down there, and your negative leg goes down in that direction, which makes it the shorter leg. So we do this, and I just freaking force this thing in there. There we go. Solder that. Put that in your pipe and solder it. Are infrared cameras capable to jam the neighbor's TV control? No. A camera that has the infrared notch filter removed can view those remotes, and it'll show you how actually they're incredibly bright, as opposed to viewing it through your cell phone, which has a filter for the infrared frequencies of light. However, can you jam? No, because it's a series of flashing lights as opposed to the infrared camera's constant infrared light. Reporting live. Jumper. We got to put in a jumper, which means we need normal pin header. So that's going over to my normal pin header over here. Jumpers rely on the squareness of the pin header, so we're just going to get a 2-pin from here. And then a jumper from my bins. I had thousands of jumpers from back in the day when computers used jumpers to configure them. Always had extras. I was that guy. But I pared down the collection, and many of them are in one of these bins. Or is it all the way at the bottom here? Oh, crushing my balls. Ow. What is that? Oh, it's got some weird parts in the bottom of the bins here. Let's see. Any you yumpers? Nope. Okay, so yumpers are one of these. Yumpers, there we go. I labeled it to make sure that I get the right bin. This one is yumpers, and we just need one yumper. One yumper from the yumper bin. Get back here. There we go. Okay. Here. Back to here. So aside from the headers, this is the last thing. The side headers. Where's the... There it is. It's magnetized. This thing up top, plug that in, and we can solder that right next to the micro. There's actually a standoff that goes right near it, so I got to make sure this thing is like even and straight up and down. Now this will still burn my finger because some of the metal sticks out of the front of the jumper. Doesn't stick out, but it's hit by my finger. That didn't do anything. Damn it. Need 4 hands to do this stuff sometimes. Oh, come on. You... See, it's not going to want to stand up on its own. Even if I flip the board over. I'm just going to do blob of solder. Never do this. Don't do what you're seeing me do right now. Well, regardless, that didn't work because flux didn't get anywhere. That's why I use this rosin core. It's kind of being held up, though, by that little blob of solder that I put in there on the end of the pin. So now I can actually come back and just really solder this thing properly on a board that's moving all over the place. Just got to give it a minute to climatize once you apply the heat. Now I need to straighten it out. Pretty good. Okay, that'll do. I don't know what that jumper's doing. I think it's just telling it something digitally. we go. Soldered in. All right. Good, good, good. Double check all my chats to see if anything's moving. We're good. We're good, we're good. YouTube chatters. Message redacted. Okay, so the unintelligible message has been wiped from memory. Okay, so the TL074, that's this guy right here. What I do, grab it and just gently move it on the table a little bit. It's kind of a tough procedure the more pins you have, but I'm just trying to flatten all of the pins at once. So I kind of grip it and push down and roll just a little bit. I don't think that actually did much, but observing the direction that the chip is supposed to go in, there's a little dot on the board, and this just goes in that direction. Let's see if I got this to fit properly. I didn't bend it enough. There's still just a little bit left to go. You know, I could use the precision vise for this as well, but this is just the way that I've learned to do it. You're just barely moving these things. These do not have more than 1 or 2 big bends in them. Otherwise, they break off very easily. We saw that earlier when I flexed this thing into oblivion by just moving it up and down. Trying to walk it in. There we go. Bada bingus. Looking good. Next one. So these are the chips that I ordered. I ordered 3 of each. I ordered more of the opto isolators, which I think is what these are. I'll just dump the chips out over there because we'll use them. What are you? (6N137). So that is this guy down here, 6N137 opto isolator. That is part of the structure of the MIDI signal coming in. Ooh, I overdid it on that one. That is the typical thing that you do with MIDI is you put it into an optical isolator. So all of those instruments that you see chained up in MIDI speaking to one another are typically doing it by flashing little infrared light bulbs inside of a chip. And then this one is special because this one then converts it to TTL, which I don't ever really do. I just use the transistor straight up and go into my digital electronics. I don't feel the need to have like a logic gate get involved, but apparently that's what this one does. I guess it probably makes a more usable, clean digital signal in the end. I would assume that is the advantage of using this thing. Why are you not plugging in? One of your pins is just slightly bent. Slight little bend. To be fair, when powering this thing up, I probably shouldn't just full send it immediately and give it plus minus 12 volts. I probably should explore checking the voltage levels on the pins of the chip to make sure that they properly have made connections, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to full send it. I full send it because it's funny. If you were building this on your own, this represents sort of an investment of time and energy and money that you wouldn't want to just whiz down your leg by powering it up immediately. Why are there no chips in here? Oh, that's this dump. I have this. There should be one other thing of chips. Uh-oh. That's going to be an uh-oh from me. I know it's here somewhere. It's probably back here. Where's my other thing of chips? Oh, is it? Yeah, okay, there it is. A matter of confidence. It's what I did with all the other synthesizer things, and I eventually, you know, I was emailing YouTubers, like trying to get help. This fellow, all caps TOIL, does a lot of synthesizer build stuff, and so I was emailing this guy, this person trying to get like, oh my god, this thing just will not work. I don't know what's going on. Blah 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 blah. It turns out a lot of my soldering was what was the most sus of all. It was down to my soldering being kind of subpar on a lot of the parts, because all the mutable instruments stuff was in that surface mount size delineation that was just way too small for humans to be doing. It was right up at the limits of my skill in soldering. There's a nub right there. This goes like this then. I'm doing this one in sockets just in case. I don't, you know, I could just solder them in. I don't think I would really necessarily need sockets. The microcontroller I would definitely put on a socket though. That one has to get a socket. In case I want to pull it out and reflash it with an Arduino. So that's the 21. The 21 goes here. So one of the fallacies of this build is that they're using two different chips to do their DAC work, right? And the two chips are just a dual version of the one chip. It would be a little bit easier if you got two of the same part. The cost difference between these two, it was like, one was like $1 more, right? It's not that big of a deal. And you would then have a wasted channel, but whatever, you know? All right, now this one is going to be exceedingly difficult for me to bend the pins properly. I'm going to have to be really careful with it because I'm bending like 16 pins at once. Just trying to get it at a right angle. And this goes horribly wrong. This thing that I'm doing where I push it down on the table and I try to roll the chip and get them all to bend at once. Better for wider chips. With these, things can go wrong and you suddenly go bop, and it just ruins your day. So hopefully this is good enough. Pin one's over here. Yeah, it's still off by a little. I can make it work. They do sell a tool that can do the pin bending, but I don't want extra stuff around here. And I could squish it like this. For better or for worse. I don't think that didn't do anything. I'm too scared. Come on, bud. You can do it. Okay. I'm just gonna have to bend it again. All right, that's in a little bit more, I think. I can't really perceive how much I'm bending it each time. Some people, like in school and stuff, I saw people who would just full send plugging in the IC. And the problem is sometimes there are misaligned pins. And so if you bend one of those misaligned pins, it can sometimes like shoot out the side of the thing. And it puts a little bit of bad pressure on the pin. And so you bend it back so that it fits in the socket and it'll fall off. I've had to do repairs where I had to scrape right above the pin socket and get a little piece of wire on that. That is the bottom half of our MIDI to CV converter board. How about that? Yay. Okay. So I don't have standoffs. The standoffs will come in later when we actually stack the board. I'll have to find something that'll work for that. So that's the bottom part. Now we got to move on to the top part. Top part is a bunch of big parts. And we got a couple resistors in here. We got a couple LEDs. We got some capacitors. No capacitors. Capacitors on the back. 2 capacitors on the back. They're both 47. God freaking damn it. All right, we'll wait on those because I don't know if I have them. I might have surface mount versions of those. I could dress down the through-hole ones. The surface mount ones are basically just through-hole ones anyway. So I could probably take the bases off of the surface mount ones and shove them into these two. That may be what ends up happening. Okay, so back over to this side of the board. What are our lowest components? That would be the resistors over here. So we're back to banging resistors onto this thing. All right, let's do. Now there's a couple coils on this, and I'm just going to bypass the coils. I'm not going to do anything with them. I think the coils are overdoing it. In a system that has pretty clean audio, pretty clean voltage, power sources rather. I don't really feel the need to have the coils and everything on it. And I don't know, if I get like a super duper noisy end result, maybe I'll toss those coils in, but I really don't feel like they're going to be doing anything in the system. The other thing is, this is the MIDI connector that I have. It's not the same as what they call for. And I could probably modify this to accept that. I need to see what's behind. There's a bunch of stuff over here in this section where the MIDI plug plugs in. So we'll have to explore that. Neat. Okay. You can sit on the side. This is the hardest part to find of the entire build. This is a dual gang potentiometer. I got it from Tadaya. I think it's Tadaya Electronics, all one word, .com. They had the part for the kit that nobody else had. And the text that we have pretty much assumes that you would be given this part with the kit. I can't find it in DigiKey. I can't find it in Mouser, even though this family of products is covered at DigiKey and Mouser. I just simply could not find it anywhere. And this is slide. I guess it's one of the tuning elements for this thing. It does the gain on actually slide should do glide rather. Sorry, glide. It does both channels. I guess it shifts both channels output or something. I don't know. It does affect the gain. This won't affect my child. Okay, so let's get some resistors and capacitors and stuff. So we got a couple going on down here. Oh, there's BAT85. There was a big diode in here, wasn't there? One of these guys, the big dudes. Let's see here. That's another BAT85, BAT85, BAT85. Damn, there's a lot of these. There it is, 1N41, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's do that one because I've got it sitting right in front of me and I don't want to lose it. I hear a squirrel in the window. Look at chattering. This switch was also tough to find. It was a slightly different design than the ones that I have. Oh, one thing. Before I start soldering all this stuff, I need to put a piece of tape behind this so that if I'm putting these surface mount parts into through-hole holes, I don't want to have a bunch of droopy little solder bubbles sitting on the bottom of the board. So that's why I did this last time, which is just to take some Kapton tape and just put it across the back of the board. I wish this was a surface mount version of this project. I find surface mount soldering to be way easier than through hole. It's like not even a comparison. I really fucked that up. That really did not go well for me. Okay, this is just going to provide me with a backdrop for the solder. Man, I need to get another set of these scissors. I found another set of these scissors and I ordered them, and they were a miniature version of the exact same set of scissors. These are precision scissors. They do a really good job of cutting stuff, or at least they used to, until I started cutting weird stuff with them, and now they no longer cut well. Miniature precision stainless steel scissors. They have 1,001 uses, and these are comfortable for my American-sized hands. Oh, whoops, that's... oh, whatever. That'll be fine. Doesn't matter. Okay, so with this coated, we can do all of our surface mount stuff without solder drooping down through the through holes. And then this specific diode is the 1N4007, which are these big guys over here. I got out just enough. There should be one more on this board. There's a lot of diodes on something that really shouldn't require any diodes. They're using the diodes in order to keep you from piping too many volts back into the equipment. I guess if you plug this into something like you plug your CV out into some other piece of equipment and it hits it with 10 volts, the diodes are going to clamp it to 5 volts. Even though it's an output, they're still putting that protection up to keep you from harming yourself, which is the whole thing about modular synthesizers, is that it is a walled garden where nothing can go wrong, except if you're my friends who somehow routinely blow up their modular synthesizers. I do not know. I don't get it. I don't know how they accomplish such a feat. All right, there's that. Let's do the other leg of it. My wire, there it is. Going forward, I'm hoping that I can do a kit every now and again. A synthesizer kit every now and then. It would be fun. Especially if we can keep one of the synthesizers analog. This has a very large component of digital to it, but you know, the other one, maybe we can keep it analog and I can do more stuff with op amps. Wow, it's kind of amazing. The dog played with her friends earlier today. We had a little play date before my stream started, and she's been quiet all day. Got her nice and tired at the beginning of the day. This does not look soldered. If I didn't want to add solder to that, I could do like a little dollop of tacky flux. And the tacky flux would allow it to flow onto the wire itself. Sometimes it struggles a little. All right, let's find that other one in 4007. Oh, 4001. These two. Was that 7? Or is it something else? Did I put the wrong thing there? 1N4148. Wait a minute. 4148. We had a couple of those. Or was this the 4148? No. This is the... Wait a minute. Which one? 4007, 4148. 4001 is what that is. 4148. I've got 5819. Was the 4148 the ones down there? They may have been. 4007. Jeez. All these different diodes for all these different purposes when I've gone through designs like this and not used a single one. And had plenty of success. Okay, so that one goes out. This is the wrong one. I mean, I can leave that wire there for later. We'll have to find a 4148, but for the time being, we've got these 4001s that are facing opposite directions, huh? Oh, these are the power protection. Do I really want to do that? I want to solder them on opposite sides. It's going to be a little weird. I'm going to keep with tradition. I'm going to keep the way I've been doing it, which is putting the chip component on the band side. Flip that one around. The thing I want to do with Burn the Subs this week, and that may be tomorrow or Thursday rather, that we work on it, is I want to get the I2C screen thing working, and then get some code running on that and see how that is, if we like the I2C screen, and then we can look at LEDs and see if we can get that big matrix of LEDs that I have doing something that looks cool. I would appreciate it actually doing something useful, but We can go with rule of cool if we really want to. It's gonna drive me nuts. It looks so weird. Okay, so little piece of wire and solder on that. I don't particularly love this technique. You know, I don't have a huge collection of through-hole parts. All the stuff that I do is typically surface mount. And so I've got tons of surface mount parts. So I'm not about to go out and buy redundant parts. Plus, putting something together like this is much more fun if I'm not flipping the board constantly. You got to flip the board constantly when you do through-hole, and I don't appreciate it. It confuses me. I get easily scared when I'm flipping boards around. It scares me, and so I'll get confused as to which pin is pin 1, and it's just a big mess. I don't like through-hole. With surface mount, everything is right up here in my face, and I can see everything that's going on, and I can see all the solder joints. I can't see the traces on the bottom of the board, but I mean, that's just a little trade-off. I can sit here and actually see that everything is installed that needs to be and is soldered. No need to flip the board, find out where you were working, find the pads that you haven't soldered. It's just simple. Those point ones will also be surface mount parts. So we're back to doing this again. No, it's just how it is. Get in from here. I don't like that. Okay, that seemed to have dropped down. Oh, motion detected. The dog went crazy just a minute ago, as if to respond to my saying, boy, she's quiet today. She decided to go thermonuclear at the door. Probably a delivery of some kind. What did I order that was coming in soon? I do not recall. Okay, those are the two 1N4001s. We need to find a 1N4148. And I thought I saw one just recently, but maybe it's just such a familiar part number that I think I'm seeing it everywhere. 5819, Bass 40. Wait, Bass 40. We got Bass 87, huh? Yeah, I think I'm just going crazy. It's a Berenstein Bears. Wait, what's this one? SCR. Oh, that's right. That's silicon-controlled relay. That's for AC. All right, so I've got, believe it or not, I do actually have another kit of, those are capacitors, of diodes. Another surface mount diode kit. Oh. Oh no, these are just straight up transistors. Okay, no. A lot of weird kits. I like buying kits of stuff when I need a singular part because it sort of gives you a bunch of weird parts that you can use elsewhere. I'm pretty sure there's a surface mount diode kit hanging out in here, hiding from us. Pull the drawer out more. Yeah, they're very common. 4148s, small signal diodes, I believe. I think they're just like your average diode. Your friendly bartender. Let's see. Caps. What are these? Switches. Ah, crush my balls. When I lean down and really get into this, the bins here, I end up smashing myself on the stool bottom right here. Perfectly engineered. All right, where'd that kit of diodes go? That's capacitors. Nope. LEDs, we'll need that later. Buttons, buttons, buttons. My kit of diodes has left me. No. Of all the cruel. I mean, that diode kit was missing a lot of stuff too. Is it over here? Hold on. Might be over on this stuff. Oh, okay, without hurting myself. Let's see, kit of diodes. This is going back here. Googly eyes. These are very important. Was it a bag of diodes? No, I think it was a kit. I think I had like a little box diodes. I don't know where it went. Is it over here? Over yonder? I mean, I've got the sample book of diodes, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a different kit that has a bunch of surface mount diodes in it, and I don't know where it went. So I guess we'll just look at what we have and see if we can find one in 4148. 4148. Is it sitting back here? No, I don't see it. Okay. In a green cabinet? The green cabinet is over there, but that's all tools. That's not diodes. You mean in those things? Oh, let me see. Yeah, because I feel like I've very recently saw that. This one has some diodes, but not 4148. And then the Schottky diodes up there. Triac, resistors, no. Okay. Continue on. That's the yumpers. That bunch of parts that I need to label. Let's see, singular op amps. LEDs, no. LM40, Hall sensor, thermistor driver, resonators, crystals. Can't believe I have a whole bin full of 20 megahertz and then 15, and then I don't have anything else. Okay, that if they're in there, I wouldn't know. Again, I need to label some of these. I've got parts that I can't find. Hey, what's up, Copper? How you doing? We're looking for a diode. Cruising for a diode. Regulator, regulator, regulator. Shunt amp, no. Those are used optical isolators. Hex inverter, level transistors, nope. None of it. None of it is an LM4148 small signal diode. I don't know where that bin full of diodes went. I had a bin that had a bunch of different diodes. It was a kit of diodes, and I think it had a 4148. It was surface mount, but it was still 4148. I don't know where that kit went, though. It's gone. Means I probably need to clean up a little bit around here. Just doing a quick little sweep here. No, I don't. It's not. Doesn't exist. Strange. Strange that I would lose that. All right, so no dice. Well, I've got plenty of diodes and I've got Schottkys and stuff, but what is that 1N4148 doing? What is it doing so that we can inform ourselves of what alternative part will go in its place? Which one is that anyway that we were looking at? VD2. Let's see, output, 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 CV1, mod out, etc. Coming from there, there are no diodes there. Clock out, gate out, VD14, VD9. And these are split up limiters. It's weird that they're using it like that, that they're showing it like that. VD10. 1N4001. How about over here? What do you guys have? Any diodes? VD1 and VD3 are the input 1N4001s. So we put in a slightly higher drop-off diode, but we're putting 12 volts into this system. And I guess it'll be 11.4 volts after these things. VD2, 1N4148, is on MIDI. It's between the 220 ohm and that thing, 4 and 4.8. So what's the 4148? Oops, not 7. Wait. Not LM. It's 1N. 1N4148. Your jelly bean diode. It's a switching diode. Very simple part. It should be easy to find. High speed switcher. Look at him go. Specs. This one is 4148 or 4448. Never heard of that one. 75 volts reverse, 200 constant current, repetitive peak 450, non-repetitive peak forward, 4 amps, total power dissipation 500 milliwatts. Yeah, okay. So what is this there for? Is it there for a dropout? Is it there just to block reverse? I mean, it's just putting an additional diode on the reverse direction. So I guess this is for any sort of like feedback current that would come back through, or plugging something in backwards, which is rare to do with MIDI. You don't do that very often. Or just if static electricity hit it or something like that. It's not totally crucial that it's there. I can put just a generic diode in there. 75 volts reverse current protection. I mean, the 4001 does what? 1N5819. I don't remember that. Was that the equivalent that we put in from the diode book? Hold on. I could have sworn that there was a 4147 in this book here. 4004, 4007. That's probably where I got confused. UF and SR. That's a 14. 4007. Not 4147. 5822, 5819, 5817. So 1N4007, I believe, is like a, I don't know if it's small signal switching, but I think this one is common on flyback diodes. Oh, it's more common in rectifiers. Rectifiers. 4007. So we're looking at the difference between a, what is it, a high speed and a high speed switching diode, as opposed to a silicon rectifying diode. This one's going to have a huge chunk of volts. Yeah, 4001, 4007, 1000 volts for the reverse peak. I guess that's why they're good as flyback diodes. And then it does 1 amp of current, which, boy, we do not know. We do not need that on our MIDI. The 4001 is probably a better fit, even though it's not high speed. Maybe we should look for more of a high speed. What is the 5819? That's this one here. That's not this one here. That's this one here. That's, okay, close that. That's not this one here. That's this one. That's this one here. 5819. Yeah, okay. What do you call yourself? Let's see. Vichay. Ship immediately. Specifications. 5819. You call yourself a Schottky barrier rectifier. So 20, 30, and 40 volts, whereas we're looking for 75. That's not that big of a deal. I mean, like, what is... Do I really need to stress about getting this exact part in here? Probably not, no. And I could probably just leave it out in general. If I plug in MIDI backwards, it'll be a miracle, just because that connector does not really allow for it. Do I have, sitting anywhere... What are you? What is this random thing? These are too small. Column 1, row 4. Repetitive freak, forward current. What about it? Or are you talking about in like this? Oh, 1N4148. Oh my God, they're tiny. You're right, you're right, you're right. Just exactly what we're looking for, only on a scale that is incredibly small. How did you spot that? Why are you a crazy person? Incredible. Incredible that I would lose it too. I just didn't even occur to me. Thank the clip gods and zooming in. Damn. You went way too far for that. I appreciate it very much. Too bad it's too small to view with the human eyeballs. You're telling me a shrimp fried this rice. Look at the size of this fucking thing. All right. Doxing my resistor setup. It's more like geoguessing my resistor setup. You dubbed my game so I have all the trinkets you have and a bin full of hardware like that. It happens after just years of collection, leg shot. It's not a quick thing. Especially with doing the synthesizer stuff, I've probably spent way more money than I give myself credit for in order to get together all of the jelly bean parts used in analog electronics. Because I was all digital. Everything I did was digital, digital, digital. And so branching out into analog means a whole new set of hardware. Whole new set of frijoles. Cojones? A whole new set of eggs. Eeg. All right, so this one. Don't you challenge me? I'll make it so quick my family loses the house. Yeah, I've noticed Speedy doing that a little bit too, where he orders 500 of something instead of just one, and so that's sort of growing his collection way quicker than I would have ever imagined. You got to do this stuff, you know. That's why we are scrapping to do this, which is taking us significantly more time and frustration for sure. But it means that I'm not buying more stuff. I am using what I have because I have a substantial collection of stuff. Things like this diode right here were not super crucial to the building of this device, even though I did actually have the right thing. It's not super critical. It really isn't. if you look up like a MIDI to Arduino circuit, you're going to get 500 different circuits, and they're going to use different components and protections. And I guess Erica Synths just decided, listen, we're gonna go all the way into protecting this circuit because these synthesizer dudes blow shit up constantly. They're a plague. They're a scourge, which is not unjustified. But personally, I don't think I would be putting so many protections in, and I could probably skimp out on a couple of the things that they're doing. I have that set up. I actually have links below. There's also affiliate links, so if you feel like buying something and putting my affiliate code at the end, theoretically, I could make money off of that, but I do also have like a wish list on Amazon, but it's currently, I think it's got a lot of weird stuff in it, so they're not things that I would want people to go out of their way to buy. I use it as a way to save stuff for later. I go, oh, maybe if I'm thinking about that in the near future, I would buy something like that. There's a couple items on there that are not something that I would have people buy. Why is there 3 soldering irons? Because I was going to get a pine sill so that I could tell people if the pine sill was okay. And I didn't exactly find the pine sill. The same thing happened with the Flipper Zero. I wanted to put a Flipper Zero on there, but they don't sell it on Amazon. They sell it from Flipper Zero's like parent company themselves. And so I bought a Flipper. Well, I didn't buy. I tried to buy a Flipper Zero, and they said your credit card said it was sus. And so actually, my neighbor, a very generous, was a lawyer who did, I guess, electrical stuff. He's an engineer as well. He bought a Flipper Zero, and he said, "You want to see if you can figure out how to put software on it?" And then he said, you know what? I bought another one for myself. You go ahead and keep that one. So kind of awesome generosity on his part. I haven't been able to do anything with the Flipper Zero yet, though. I should have a whole car park full of Kias by now. The great Northeast Kia thief. But yeah, I've got to explore what I can do with that thing a little bit more. If I can have the Omni garage door opener. Good guy neighbor? Yeah. He wanted to do some stuff with Wi-Fi with it, but I told him it doesn't really, it kind of does Wi-Fi stuff, but I don't think it does a lot. What I would like to do, and this would be like a big YouTube video, it'd be hilarious to do. These ideas like never come to fruition for me, unfortunately. I have a Ponagachi. It's a Wi-Fi security tester. It's not the latest and greatest, but it's pretty good. And it can get into the dinky little Verizon Wi-Fi networks around here. I would like to set that up so that I can hidey hole it behind the mailbox units in this neighborhood. The thing about this neighborhood is a lot of houses close together, right? They're kind of attached almost. One person's backyard is another person's front yard. It's weird. But there are clusters of houses, and all those clusters have a mailbox that is relatively in a central position. And so if I set up the Flipper Zero, not the Flipper Zero, the Ponagachi, with a special mode that takes it away from being just a security device, it makes it an illegal thing, it makes it a big no-no. What it does is it looks at Wi-Fi vulnerabilities, and then it actually acts on them to try to figure out how to get onto the networks. And if I did that, you know, these 4.7s over here, oh no, these aren't high enough voltage for, these are unfortunately those plastic capacitors that are like, yeah, 10 volts is not acceptable. It's unfortunate because I really need to find a job for these. I bought a bunch of these for like many years ago. Yeah, they're just not the right volt. But anyway, if I could get the full neighborhood Wi-Fi coverage, like around the whole circle, I could do an RC car with a camera in it and control it from down here and just race around the big circle of the neighborhood. I think that would be hilarious. All right, I got 2.1s that I got to put in. We'll use these guys. And have continuous Wi-Fi all around it. So it'd be like Mario Kart home circuit, but it would be like a 1/10 scale RC car that could easily hit 100 miles an hour. And just smoothly drive it around the neighborhood like nothing was wrong. I think that would be hilarious. I'll put these up a little bit, put them up here. What the? There you go. There you go. That would be a pretty fun YouTube video. That might actually get me some views. Except for the whole illegal hacking part. Oops. To be honest, I could probably just go around the whole neighborhood and ask if I could borrow their Wi-Fi. We're in like a cell phone dead area here. It's really obnoxious. And there's not really much I can do about it because the telecom companies can't get in here. This is just refusing to work now. Oh, the iron turned off. RAID array Wi-Fi. Actually, more to the point, I could just get a balloon and put up a balloon. And then it would be line of sight to wherever the RC car is. That would be the better way to do it. But doing it over Wi-Fi is funnier. I think there's about 1,000 people in the neighborhood, and I know most of them from walking the dog. There are definitely some that I do not know. I'm not going to use microwaves to control the car. Actually, microwaves are 2.4 gigahertz, so I'm technically using microwaves to regulate my diabetes. That's some good dog walking. I mean, look, it's a cute corgi. Like, tell me somehow you would have the strength of will to not meet the cute corgi, huh? There are people in this neighborhood who know my dog who I've never seen before. Banner ads now have audio on Twitch. What the Firefox, everybody. Get Firefox. Like, that's completely unacceptable. No ad in 2025 should have audio on it. Should be illegal. I know if I did give Willow her own Twitch account and put like a camera on her collar, she would definitely have more viewers than me. It wouldn't even be close, man. It'd be just her sitting at the front door barking at stuff. That would do killer numbers. What the deuce? Hey, Solder, what are you doing? It's pooling up everywhere. Ah, it's a disaster. Yeah, how far are we from just doing pop-ups again? Should we just do pop-ups again? We just have pop under windows, pop up, pop under, pop up, pop up, pop up. Just do it. Just go back to pop-ups. You know? Fuck it. Shit sucks already. Every piece of news that I have consumed over the past couple months has been just shit bonkers terrible. The worst possible fucking thing just that could ever be done. I mean, where are the corporate boardrooms on this one? Why don't we just go back to pop-up ads already? Let's just full send. Let's go right back to pop-ups. I don't give a fuck anymore. Just fucking like lock my computer up with advertisements. Full 3D rendered. Use up everything that I got. R1 is a 220 ohm resistor. Where is R1? R1, 220 ohm supplier, 5%, 250 milliwatt. and it is in the path of the MIDI signal, and it's just there for current limiting through this infrared diode. So we don't need anything too crazy and special for this. This is MIDI. It's not that big of a deal. I like seeing the AAA insurance commercial. Like, who on Twitch has ever seen a newspaper boy throwing newspapers? Some of us, present company included, were around for the days of Paperboy on the NES. All right, I was there 5,000 years ago when we were playing that game. Surprised Twitch hasn't tried some bug in Chrome to mine Bitcoin. Yeah, really? Why are they making everything so fucking annoying? Stop it. Just stop making things so fucking annoying all the time. Ah, it kills me. Okay. I'm gonna put a normal 220 ohm resistor in there. Where were we? We were here. We got a couple 1Ks to go in there. So let's find a 220 ohm 0805, so it's a quarter of a watt. Yeah, and then they got a patent. Who is it? Sony or whoever got a patent on making you, like, say, I love peanuts in order to make the ads stop. You have to acknowledge it, and you have to look at your thing. Otherwise, it's going to pause when you look away. What are they doing? Like, stop it. Fuck's sake. You want to get me back into being a hermit who reads books? I mean, you're on the path. Easiest way to get me to pirate media again. There's a Black Mirror episode about being forced to watch ads. Yeah, and all the ad companies looked at it and were like, this is a great idea. We should do this. 220K. I gotta really dig for this. Yeah, they're like, that George Orwell guy has some great ideas. Let's take notes. Kills me, man. Might literally kill me. I gotta keep those organized, or else that bin is the easiest devolving into a mess bin. Click all traffic signs. That's training you to drive a car, not like the collective you. Sony US 82406454B2 patent. The one that should be illegal. 220 ohm. This should be, oh, it's a precision resistor. Neat. 2, 2, and then a bunch of zeros. Because it's 2, 2, 0 with 0 zeros behind it. Or you could do it like a math equation, but I appreciate just saying it that way. I gotta switch it up. One voice, two voice. Yeah, dubious as to whether or not solder actually got to the top there. We'll do the other wire just as a way to anchor it. I really wish I had something that could put it in the middle. That would be so much better looking if the component could sit in the middle with just two little pieces of copper tape going yoop, yoop. Because I could literally just put a piece of copper tape over top of this and then cut a little notch there, as long as I don't hurt any of the stuff behind it. The things I could have if these products were available. We could have had it all, Walter. Where's my wire? Oh, there's my wire. You son of a bitch. Walter. We are here. Oh my god. That's a long distance. I could also just have put like a dinky little through-hole resistor on this. That would have been fine too. But I don't like flipping the board. I don't like doing that. My local library network is getting dissolved. Oh, that's bad. We have very strong local libraries around here. We have some good ones. You know, the library right across from the school, like from the high school. So I don't have a library card. I really should get one, even though I don't use the library. I could potentially roll in there and fix all the 3D printers. They don't even know, man. My level of 3D printer knowledge having been forcibly improved over the past umpteen years of streaming. Because if you can't 3D print stuff, you're not going to have a good material for stream. That's how it goes. They got rid of the 3D printers? Oh, it's not good. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like a solved problem, right? So we know how to make a 3D printer that does all the stuff that it should do. So everybody just buys from like Bamboo. 10 nanofarads, huh? That is that 0.1 off? I think that is. No, 100 is 0.001? Let me double check here. 10 NF in UF. It wants to answer using AI. Unbelievable. uh, 10 0.01 UF. Oh, that's just the normal decoupler, right? Wait, 0.0, not 0.1. 0.01. How many puff? That's a billion puff. It's 10,000 puff. Yeah. 10,000 PF. That's a strong sunscreen. 0.03, 0.02. Where is this one being used? 0.01. That seems a little sus. It's probably, well, no, it's up on the upper deck. So what caps do we have on the upper deck? 0.01. See, there's the 0.1s. Those are decouplers. This is like a super mega decoupler. It's debouncing the switch. Are you freaking kidding me? Really? You guys couldn't do that in software? Ugh. I could literally put any capacitor on that and it would be doing the same job. So we're going to put a 0.018 UF cap. Freaking doing hardware debouncing. Are you kidding me? There's nothing wrong with it. It just makes it so that I have to find weird parts in order to put this kit together. Actually, I wonder if the 0.01 is in that capacitor kit. Hold on. What was it? It was 10 nanofarad, so I do actually have that. All right, we can put in the proper value just to so Erica Synths gets proper representation here. 10 NF, that's 103K. Let's find it in the kit. So the software team won on that one. Look, I appreciate doing software debouncing. It gives you more control, and you don't need to back all the way into hardware in order to, you know, get a special weird capacitor that's going to solve all of your bouncing problems. What was it again? 103K. Whereas in software, you just have a number, and if it's too sensitive and you're getting double and triple presses, you put in a bigger number, and it delays it more. I don't know, it makes more sense to me. What was it again? Every time I go on a rant, I forget what I was talking, what number I was looking for. 103. Do we use that one up? No. It's not that common. 684. That's 101. 102. 102. I'm looking for 103. This one has two 102s in it. Wait a minute. I'm starting to suspect something is awry. Oh, it's 105. That's why. 105, I'm going for 1, 0, and 3, and I'm not finding it. It's for a switch that a human being flips on a MIDI controller. So it doesn't need to be all that accurate. It's the giant meat bag that's flipping the switch. And this just ensures that it doesn't bounce on its poles. I mean, you know, everything in context. Everybody loves to look for hypocrisy from their streamers, but where did it go? Oh, here it is. Sorry, button. It is actually a button. It's not a it's not the switch, it's the button. Misread the schematic. But still, putting diode on there for these buttons, I just use like a 10, what is it, not micro, 10 is too high. Like a couple millisecond, microsecond debouncer. We usually like to use bounce 2 library. It was a pretty good one. Okay. Please. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's if you're gonna, there's a lot of back and forth. Some people really like their hardware debouncing, but at the end of the day, if I want to adjust something, I don't want to have to go and desolder something. So I do it in software. And it makes your overall design much more simpler. We found all kinds of different stuff, yes. Including the diode. We had to make some substitutions, but mostly we found the correct thing. Although the 1N4148s that I had were way too small, still put them in. Got a lot more work to do on this. I don't want to work on it off stream without you guys, but I may have to if we're going to move on to other projects this week. And I may or may not need to order the MIDI socket that this thing uses. Does it look like it's soldering? Doesn't really look like it's soldering. It should flow down onto the wire. I guess it was soldering, I don't know. Good enough. What do you know? All right, what else? We got the BAT 85s, which we're putting the, what is it, 1N5819 into. Not exactly the same thing, but it does the job just as well. You see the small pixel left of center. What? What are you talking about? No. What you talking about? Are the BATs the only ones left? I got a couple 1Ks that need to go in. Okay, I've got 1Ks right here. Tweezers. Oh, there. Oh, you're talking, sorry, I didn't read your whole comment. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Yeah, the diodes are absolutely teeny tiny. That's one of them right there. Teeny tiny. They're the ones that I use on the synthesizer things when I need to have reverse protection. 1 kilo ohm, please. So 2 1Ks. Those are probably for the LEDs. The circuit overall in this thing is pretty simple. When parts look like salt. Yeah, you can't even compare it to like a rice grain is much larger than the part. Like if I'm super duper trying to design something to go in a minimal area, it's a great part. But if I'm trying to like just have fun and build some stuff with my buddies, bad part. Bad part, too stressful. This would be a nightmare if the Thonky Kongs were installed, because the Thonky Kongs are not made out of thermoplastic. They're quite burnable plastic. I really probably should have just gone through and decided which diodes I would not install, because it seems like a lot of them are not needed in this circuit. They're not, well, okay, so they're there for a safety net. They're there for if the potential from that line compared to the power source gets out of whack, it'll filter some of that extra voltage out and away from the sensitive electronics. But would I do that if I designed this? No, I would not. Imagine if these were through hole. You have to put the part in, press it down, flip the board over, press the part from the other side to make sure that it's seated properly, then solder it. And the whole while you need to have 3 or 4 sets of hands to hold everything. I really like soldering like this, where it's just everything's straight up in my face. Even if I have to sink this extra wire into it. These are some big resistors, man. They did not need to be this big. I probably could have made this whole design on one PCB. It'd be a little dense, but it would be one PCB. That's too close. Wait a minute. Oh, that's not soldered on the other side. I gotta be careful. Through hole might go pretty quick. The next one, freehand SMD sculpture. No. Through hole does not go pretty quick. If I had every single part, fine, it would probably be fine. But no, the reason it doesn't go quick is because you gotta flip the board. Flip the board, find the thing you were working on. You know, this method might be a little bit sloppy-doppy, but it allows me to have this up at all times and you can see exactly what's going on. Watching this is giving me PTSD from the last board I warped. Warped? How hot is your soldering iron? I'm in zero danger of warping anything here. This is at 666 degrees Fahrenheit. The perfect soldering temperature. Ooh, that's a little ugly. Unugly yourself. There you go. That's a little sloppy. Listening to you while trying to get the ESP to write and read files, I'm struggling to understand the internet tutorial. That's tough. That's a tough place to be. Nicely done, though. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that very much indeed. Huh. Well, I think that's soldered. Okay, let's see. Those are the 1Ks. What else do we got? We got the BAT85. What did we put in the BAT85? Which one did we put in there on the other board? BAT85. See, this is, it goes together okay using this method. It's a little sloppy. I appreciate it when the resistors are stood up on themselves. You do that thing where the resistor sticks straight up, and then the wire just kind of curls around and goes right next to it, because then I can throw a surface mount resistor between the two pads, and I don't have to do all that extra shenanigans with the wire. BAT 85, we're using the 1N4147s. Okay, so we will continue that over here. 1N5819. I mean, this is a Schottky. It's got slightly different characteristics, but it's, I think, just about the same thing as what they called for. I think they're using, I think theirs is more of a rectifier, so I don't know if we're going to fry these things the first sign of danger. But I use these Schottkys in the power supply for my modular stuff, so maybe it'll be okay. Same as yours, I've been out of practice a little and kept seeing half a degree off on an IC and kept trying to redo it. It was a SOP dip. Ugh, that's horrible. If I ever warped a board, I don't know if I'd be able to live with myself afterwards. I mean, I have done like board destruction stuff, and usually that revolves around like the hot air gun and the like. Because like with just this soldering iron, I don't think I can put enough heat into this to really damage anything and like warp a board. Warp a board. Man, there's a lot of these little bastards. It's 3 output channels, and so they all have 2 of these. And they split them up. They put some on one board and others on the other board, which is weird. Oh, come on. Just flip it. Okay, there we go. These are so difficult to work with. One there, one here. Flipping all this stuff around. Where did that one go? There it is, right in front of me. Right in front of me. Oh, 2 more 1Ks go in here. Clean up the excess, get another diode. Turn the page, wash my hand. Turn the page, wash my hand. Oh, no, you're not a permanent fixture. God, and if I do this, it's going to smell like burnt hair. Can't win today. I see MIDI through holes, so I'm guessing it's a synth module. Yeah, this is not a synth module, but this is a MIDI to control voltage converter. Basically, you have an Arduino that's monitoring the MIDI channels, and however you've assigned it, it will send a control voltage out. Now, one thing that I'm concerned with is the lack of potentiometers on this thing. There's one dual gate potentiometer, but I'm talking about those 25 turn jobbies that you would use in scientific equipment and whatnot, because I want this thing to accurately give me a control voltage per the note that I'm hitting on the MIDI keyboard. And tuning that, I don't know where that occurs, unless there's like a way to tune it digitally somehow. I don't see where we would be tuning that. And the components that I put on the op amps are, you know, they're normal percentage. They're like 5% components. Some of them are 1%. They're not universally super duper accurate as to what they are. And so that means that the voltages coming out of this thing might not be all that accurate, and I would need to tune it somehow. So I'm keeping my ear to the ground for how the hell that's going to happen. Everything in electronics is statistical probabilities, because you can't make exactly the resistor. You could spend thousands of dollars and get a resistor that is exactly 1K. You typically don't do that. What you need is something that is sort of around 1K, and so you purchase based on how much you want to spend a certain accuracy in parts. So 1% are pretty expensive. Not really anymore, though. There's a lot of 1% out there nowadays. You can get to like 0.001%, and then you start getting into weights and measures, chasing nines. But with the synthesizer stuff, you have 1 volt per octave. So your sensitive electronic signals running around need to be pretty accurate. So in electronics, close doesn't count. No, close is fine. in most electronics that you'll do. If you're doing like digital stuff, it's not that big of a deal. This is when you get into analogs and trying to actually like make useful signals for synthesizers, that things can get a little bit crazy. And you're forced to chase said nines. All right, one at a time. This technique is annoying, but it's useful. Yeah, so what this will allow me to do is to plug my keyboard into the modular synthesizer, and then I can create, and then I can punch myself in the face with my camera. And then I can create the control voltages by just noodling around on the keyboard. It'd be more fun for me than using, for instance, like a weird, I have a utility digital sequencer. I could use the crimes and ornamentation to sequence stuff and you know, do that kind of stuff, but it's more fun if I get to noodle around on a keyboard and make like arpeggiators and things. And, you know, put together the synthesizer the way I like it. Also, it'll help me learn what my equipment does and how it does. What it do and how it do. Who it doing? Who is this doing this emphatic type of alpha beta psychedelic funk in? I thought this would be easier, but they insisted on doing things a certain way. Would have saved me a whole bunch of issue if they had given me exactly the right surface mount pads for everything. There probably is a surface mount version, I just didn't look for it. R12? Yeah, I didn't get to that yet. We'll get there. There's a couple things that I need to do still. It didn't look like it went to the wire. I guess it did. I'm having trouble with that. Probably because of all the oils in my fingers getting on the wire. Huh? Oh, there it goes. Took a second. Yeah, ugly. Ugh. That's a little better. You know, like tuck the solder in. It's weird. Okay, 1Ks. 1Ks. I've got one 1K. 11K? No, one singular. Slide this thing on in. I'm excited for what we will be doing on Thursday. Thursday we will put an I2C module on the back of the LCDs. It's a functionality that most LCDs have these days, except for some reason they just didn't do it with these screens that I somehow found my way into possession of. At least I think that, you know, it's possible that it speaks I2C already, and it's just a matter of setting a jumper. But the datasheet didn't tell me any of that information. Maybe if I got the bigger datasheet, it would give me that information. But I'm from 103. That's a 10K. What the heck? Oh, I opened the wrong bin. But anyway, we'll just force the issue by putting a converter on it. The little boards were like $6, and you can just plug them into the LCD. We have to redo the pinout, though, because we got a weird pinout on our screen. And then we'll have an I2C screen that'll go and burn the subs. So we can figure out how to get Python code running that. shouldn't be too difficult. They're pretty standard screens, so there's not that much issue. And then we've got 10,000 other things that I need to do after that, but that'll be a fun time. We need to look at LEDs next, the LED screen on the Raspberry Pi. Once we get that I2C screen working, we can look at LEDs, because that'll be neat. It'll look cool. It's part of the art of the board. And I can maybe think about printing in clear filament something that goes inside of those hex panel gratings, so that I can diffuse the LEDs a little bit, so we have a bit more of a abstract display. All right, there's that. The knife. My glucose level has corrected pretty heavy, and so I'm starting to cramp up a little bit as I grip little tiny things. Good old lactic acid and diabetes. It's no knife. It's not a knife. It's not a knife. This is a knife. This is my knife. It's not a knife. I can't, so when I'm streaming, I cannot do the Australian accent. I think I've got a pretty decent one. It's just I have zero confidence over it. I just can't, I can't. It's better that I don't. It's more respectful, even though the Aussies are a fairly shitposty culture. I don't think they would not appreciate it. We do a little tiny bit of a New Zealand, but it breaks down very quickly, both of those accents. I'm not even going to attempt it. I'm thinking about it. I'm not going to attempt it. It's like, that doesn't even look soldered. I would like there to be like a teardrop runoff, but it's hard to achieve. I just want it to be happy. Okay, we've made pretty good progress there so far. I think I have all of my surface stuff down. Those VDs are diodes. I got to choose colors for those. And then everything else is the big stuff. We've got, I think, 2 capacitors on the bottom of the board. And those are 47 UF, but 25 volts, which kills me because I've got surface mount caps that are 47, but they're not 25. What about these? 4.7. This goes up to 22. 22, 25. That's probably the big old cap. It's a big old honking cap. We go up to here. 100. 10 and 2. And then these are 47, but they are like 2 volts. They're like really low voltage. 47, 10 volts. Yeah, these are 10 volts. This sucks. 4725s, I don't really know if I have through holes for that. Let me look here on the surface mount. These guys. That's 4725, but there's no way in hell. It's like way bigger than that. Where is it? 4.7, 47. Here's the 47s. 47. Like, I guess I can poke them through there. That's the way we'll have to do it. This has become an odd assortment of parts, hasn't it? It's just everything in the kitchen sink. So these capacitors are surface mount. What that means is that the 2 legs are flattened and then pressed down in order to lay flat on the board. These are the most annoying capacitors to solder because you've got all this area that's underneath the plastic and just this little tiny thing, this little nub sits out from it. I'm sure board designers love them, but I despise these things. They're good. I mean, they do their job. I just wish there was a easier to solder version of them. But if you bend up these little legs, it's just a normal old capacitor. Normal old capacitor. You just got to be careful that this thing doesn't short anything out because there's not shrink wrap around it. But you get rid of that little tray, and now this will fit on the footprint of its buddy. So these are 47 UF, 25 volts. Where's the little thingy? Oh, the line's printed on the very top. Just got to get the little legs in. Ta-da. So that solders to there, and it's a little bit more compact, actually. Probably could have used these throughout the whole build. Although I think the other ones are supposed to be taller and a baller and have a girl in the hood collar. Rabbit in a hat with a bat. Okay, so more bending. Remember, your view is my view. If I'm doing this without magnification, that means I'm just looking at it with my own eyes and bending it. Mark 1 eyeballs. When is Mark 2 eyeball dropping? I could really use some of those. Maybe just a pair. Ah, no. Okay, that almost went to the no-no zone, which is where it'll fall on the floor. I gotta hold it with my finger, move the solder up above to the little through-hole thingy. Give it some of that sweet solder. There we go. It is actually probably sweet because it's lead. There's lead in it. Lead is sweet. They didn't leave room for a shrouded header, which I guess is why they have so much reverse protection on their circuit. Okay, moving along home. Alamarine 1, 2, 3. I suppose the next thing is going to be all the Thonky Kongs. So I have 6 thonks and then a potentiometer that was nigh on impossible to find. So with the thonks, you have this, I can't see anything. Okay, here, move you guys back a little bit. With the thonk connector, now thonk is just a company that sourced these things. These things end up in all kinds of modular synthesizer projects. They are pretty much the de facto standard of getting your 3.5 millimeter TRS plug to send signals around the synth. These are fairly important to buy. I buy them by the bushel from thonk.co.uk. There are other ways to source them, though. This thing does have a Chinese part number. And if you figure out what the Chinese part number is, which Thonk will do everything in their power to avoid giving you, you can find them on Thingiverse, not Thingiverse, GrabCAD. GrabCAD, a fairly industrious user, did a very good 3D model of the Thonk connector, which works really well with Fusion 360 or whatever CAD program you're using, and having a 3D representation of the part. It's pretty cool. The important thing to look at for these plugs, don't use the ones that don't have this little shoulder at the bottom. You see this square part that sits below the threads. It's very important to understand where the pressure is going on this thing. If you tighten the knob down, or if you tighten a bolt down on these threads, what is it pushing up against? And in the other connector, the other style of connector, what it does is it actually extrudes this sort of riveted, you can see they kind of bend down the sides of the tube, and that holds on to the thing that connects to this pin here, right? So they bend it down, and if you have the other style plug, it'll actually put pressure on the plastic instead of on the metal shoulder of the actual the threaded part. So what happens is it extrudes that through this little piece, and the whole connector just falls apart. It's quite a terrible design. People seem to get by hand tightening those, but even hand tightening them means that I break them a lot. So you can push down on that little pin to narrow it, or you can just plug. Is that a gnat? Why is there a gnat right there? Or you can just plug it in first and then slide the whole connector into position. And then to get these things cleanly on there, lucky for us, we've been provided with a front panel. So I'm going to put all the thonks in, then I'll put the front panel down, and we can solder all the thonks in. We'll do LEDs similarly, but I'll do that on their own. I could do everything at once on the panel, but that would be kind of annoying because one thing would get out of whack and then everything would follow. Still need 2 more thonks, which I have a whole bin of thonkakong connectors. Where are they? Here they are. Ta-da. These you can put these in perforated prototyping board. They do actually fit in perforated prototyping board, which is nice because that means that you can build all kinds of janky bullshit for your synthesizer. And it'll net you a better understanding of how all this stuff. Did I just get 1? I'm moderately certain that I got 2. And that I'm actually just kind of going crazy. That my brain is reverting to. Oh, there we go. Okay. It was with all the ICs over there. All right, so then the front panel over the front of everything, just to kind of hold it all in place for soldering. Solder. I don't know why you guys say stuff so weird. Solder. S-A-A-A-A-A-D-E-R. Solder. Say it right. Okay, these guys, and then moving this way. I see them all. And they're out of focus. Go. And through hole configured, and the larger solder. We're good to go. Is this sitting flat? Yeah. Bada bing. Here we go. Boy, and it's like if I were to get like a warehouse, would I live there? Be this weird hermit in a warehouse? Or would I commute there from some kind of a home? Like a crazy person home. They have like I don't know if they have that stuff around here, but in like Texas, Wexa linked me to these like man cave warehouses where you have like a second floor with like a kitchenette, and it's like a project space. Did one of these go in weird? Hold on, I gotta double check. I think they're all seated correctly. It depends on what pads you're using for the thonks, but they can tend to move around a little bit. What's up, 3D Printer Shack? How you doing? 3D Printer Shack. 3D printer Shaquille O'Neal. He just stands under the printer and swats at everything and elbows it. We used to call Shaq Dunkbot, because he would just get the ball and throw elbows at everybody and then just dunk. What it do? Solder, solder, solder. This is the most brain off stuff that we can do. Let's put on these Donkey Kongs. And this one here. All right, how far have we gotten? We got a couple left to do. See, and then once all of these are in, we can then put the LEDs into their sockets and get them all aligned. Same with the switch here and basically everything else. Oh, what is that one? R8 1K. Okay, well, I got a 1K right here. I got your 1K right here. This doesn't even need to be on the bottom layer, but I'll just do it anyway. Oh, there's two. See, this is where surface mount excels. What the? Okay, except when I flick them and they fly all over the place. This one. Get off. And the other one. I was about to put this thing together with that R7 and R8. Could you imagine? Horrible. Schools asked me and my engineering teacher to help make some hall number plates that have Braille. So I'm about to run a test to check to see if I'm capable of printing Braille dots. Oh, interesting. Do you have somebody to like translate it for you so you can see if it's legible? The legible might not be the right word. Feelable? That's a cool project. I always like doing stuff like that. Like capability kind of stuff. Accessibility, I guess. All right, 1Ks, 1Ks, 1Ks. Any other surprises down here? I guess the 12-volt connector goes on this side. Let's see whether or not that'll be a good. Okay, let's get the big knob in there. Now, the big knob was a particular problem. I couldn't find it anywhere until I discovered a place called Tadaya Electronics, and apparently they are a Singaporean project-focused parts supplier. They had a pretty decent price on the whole thing. It was actually much cheaper than the other places that carry the parts. So I gave it a try, and they were able to get me the parts just as fast as DigiKey does. So pretty impressed with that. And the fact that they actually had this stupid thing in their parts catalog. You know, these days you don't really design a lot with a dual gang potentiometer. It's not that great of practice. You have something else digitally alter the volume. Is that going to fit? Yeah. Okay. Maybe I should do the switch while I'm at it. The switch was another annoying one, and I was able to source it. I forget where. I think this was also a DigiKey, but it was very difficult to find the part on DigiKey's catalog because they used some kind of a weird switch in their design, and it's like, I don't know. It's they shouldn't have used this weird switch. I guess it's fine for them because they have it, but very difficult to source parts. What the? It's too top heavy to stay in its own pins. Oh yeah, the whole thing is just rattling around. I just have to do this manually then. Oh my god. What an annoying thing this is. Okay. You right like that. And then I have to hold it with some kind of a third hand. Maneuver this, move this over here. Go. See? Perfect. Perfectly placed. There you go. Double check. Good enough. Let's get everybody soldered. Well, okay. In 2017, I would not be designing stuff like this. If I knew the stuff that I know about synthesizers and building electronics in general. I mean, maybe that switch was like the hotness of 2017. Everybody was like, man, we're going to use this switch forever. This is amazing. And it all went downhill since then. If only they knew. Those are the halcyon days. That was the big heatsink pins, so that was sucking away all of my heat. You should solder a little bit more smoothly. Basically, heat up the pin and the pad from the opposite direction, apply the solder, let it flow in. You can give it just a little bit so that it's like flows up to the top layer. That's basically it. You are a soldering robot when you do something like this. I just apply this, put a little bit in, wait a second or two to where it kind of see it pull back a little bit. That's it, propagating to the other side of the board. That's it. That's all you do all day. All day, every day, forever. Bada bing. All right, jump over to the switch. I'll have to double check to make sure everything's seated properly. All right, switch. Same deal. Switch looks like a little crooked, but I'm not going to let that bother me. I don't know why they didn't leave a smaller hole for the switch. I guess they wanted you to be able to use anything. But these pads that they left certainly do not fit those pins. But the size of the switch is the size that they used, so. Okay, so now we have our mode, 1 voice, 2 voice. I'm not sure, they said on, off, on the bill of materials, so. I don't know what the middle position really is. Where's the switch on the schematic? Show yourself. That's the button. Where are you, switch? I have a panel of those switches pulled from a track car. These don't screw in though. I have a bunch of the other type of switch that does have a screw thing on the front, but this is a totally different style. It's very strange. It's got a little twisty keyway on it, and it's a little bit smaller than you would typically find. I thought that they used the on-off-ons that I have a bunch of. Let me see if I can find one. I've got them sitting in a drawer. They're a little bit larger lever switches, and they're good switches. Like I would definitely use those in that kind of application. Yeah, the no screw on the front and the size of the switch body is like kind of a little small. There's tons and tons of different types of switches out there though. That's SPST. I'm just like missing it on the schematic. It's around here somewhere. I'ma find you. Ah, there we are. Okay. Huh? Interesting. Okay, so they actually wanted single throw. Oh, that's not good. This is on, off, on. This is I thought I looked this up specifically. I thought I did my research. Oh, because I had this part number, right. That's a push button. Wait, that's the wrong one. Push button, and then SPDT. Oh, they got it from Farnell. That's where I didn't check Farnell. I think I found it on DigiKey, but what is this one? On, off, on. Yeah, the part number takes me to on, off, on. This one's a dual. It was a single. Absolutely bullshit. Don't you dare. Solder terminal, toggle actuator, through hole, strip. So I may have been looking at the wrong part number. The first result was on, off, on, which is the wrong thing. And then the next reference is the Erica synth. Man, you guys are not making it easy. Whatever, the switch I got fits, and it fits in the pins. That was the important part, is that it fat in the pins. The switches that I have are these kind. Hold on, stretching my legs. Oh my god, I have legs. This kind, which I thought would have fit, but the pins were completely off. It's just pretty much the same thing. And I have some that aren't on, off, on. But these are a larger body, and so I don't think they fit properly. Yeah, see, they don't fit properly in there. I don't think I have any other style. Style, profile. Yep, that's it. That's the only... Well, what was this chip here? Huh. Have to look at that later. Let me see. Any surprises? No. Yeah, I used to have a huge collection of switches and stuff, and then they all went into projects. And so now I don't have the weird archive of strange and wonderful controls. If anything, it would have been here. Yeah, nothing in here. They just don't make control panels with tons of lever action switches anymore. And it's sad. That's a sad thing. Everybody needs giant sci-fi controls for everything. Well, speaking of warping, oh, I see. I got to do the common synthesizer maneuver of knocking out the pin that's supposed to index that and keep it from spinning, because they didn't put a hole in this board for it. So now everything sits flat. Huzzah. Yeah, so it looks like that center position where nothing is happening is going to be an invalid input, which is it's moderately annoying. I don't know if I could get rid of that action from this toggle switch. Let's take one apart. Maybe I can modify one. That's why I bought 3 of them. Let's see if we can take it apart and modify it. Generally not really a good idea to do something like this, but it is a low voltage DC switch, so it's not really that big of a deal that we're going in and modifying. You can see that it's held in quite simply by pinching these 2 little metal tabs, and then into the body of the switch you are. I said into the body, into the body of the, come on, man. Everybody's watching. Could you just be cool? Could you just be cool? Oh, I gotta like really bend it, huh? There's like a little bit of a lip, so I gotta push in because there's a spring on this thing that's forcing it into that little overhang. Push down, peel out. Push down, peel out. Is that one released? Oh, for fuck's sake, just give me the switch already. Hey. Yeah, it's like one will engage and then the other one will let go. Let's just get down here and give it the old beans. They did not make this easy. All right, we're going to do both at the same time. So, one, and then this one. I think most of the engineering of this switch went into making this, what I'm doing right now, like really, really annoying. Look at that. It's one, let's go, and the other one, oh my God. Absolute piss. Jeez. Okay, there we go. And then it releases. What a jerkwad. I used to know Gwennon. He's a real jerky. Womp 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 womp. Sorry. So this detents in the center because that thing is the way that it is. So I don't think I can change the nature of the switch, unfortunately. We've got this rocker here that goes back and forth, and it clearly has a center position. I do not think, I mean, if I flatten the bar, maybe if I flatten the bar, but then it doesn't rock. It would need to have a flat piece in the middle for this thing to slide against. Actually, it might. It might still. Ooh, that's difficult. I'm gonna try. Let's at least just try. Flatten the thing out. How would one accomplish this? Not really by crushing it in the vise. Yeah, the center is just so prominent on it. Maybe if I use pliers, super flat pliers. Actually, these could crush it in the middle. These are thin enough. The channel locks. Yeah, so I'm just going to take it and pinch. Like that. Look at how well that worked. And maybe, just maybe, this will detent on both of the extremes, but not in the middle. I don't think this is going to work. I think I've ruined it. There's probably a completely different part that makes it do the switch, you know, from one to the other. So wait a minute, it would have to sit. These would have to be like cups on the ends, though, for it to like capture that. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm just going to put it in and see if it does anything. It probably won't. Oh my God, how does it sit? Just see what that does. Like that. And that goes into the other shaft. What? Ooh, wait a minute. I may have made it SPST. Let's check to see whether or not it actually does the continuity that we think it will. That's funny. I mean, it feels a little crunchy, but it seems like it might actually have done it. Yeah, so right now the bar is like a cup on each side, and it'll swing over to the cup, and it'll push the other one up, barely. What it had before was it had a center as well. So it would push up one cup, go to the center, and then push up the other cup. There's usually more modularity in switches like this, but it's probably a totally different bar for the other ones. So that's not connecting, and then this one is connecting. Hold on, we gotta... Ugh. Gotta position my probes so that I actually get probe action here. Or they're just both not connecting. I probably ruined the switch, let's be honest. Because right now this is going this way. It should be over here, I guess. Mechanically, it feels fine. Oh yeah, there's just no connection. That's funny. I wonder why there's no connection. It's probably not hitting the center. So if I unswitch it a little bit, is that going to cause it to connect? It's really hard to get my probes onto this thing. Yeah, it looks like I just broke it. This is my NPNT. Well, SPNT, single pole, no throw. What just happened? Last miles rating with a party of 33. Oh my goodness. I told you guys about that last miles. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn you. How's everybody doing? So we just modified this little rocker switch. I've got one in the this MIDI thing that I'm building. It's a MIDI panel for a modular synthesizer. Basically, the MIDI is a musical signal protocol that was invented in the year 1924 that we still use today. Just another pack of geeks. Yeah, just the two ships passing in the night. MIDI is a very old protocol that we still use today. And it works okay. It does its job. It has some problems, like notes that can be sustained for too long and weird system messagey stuff. But, you know, ultimately what this means in terms of having a little MIDI panel on my synthesizer is that I can take a keyboard and I can plug it in, and then I can have it feed control voltages and stuff to other modules. So I can sit there and noodle with a keyboard and have the synthesizer do synthesizer things while I kind of learn how to use everything. So that's what we were working on building. They used kind of a weird switch, and I ordered the wrong one. This is supposed to just go directly over to the other. It's supposed to be one or the other, right? It'll be okay if it's like this. I don't know what'll happen when it's in this state. Maybe nothing, because it's really only communicating with a microcontroller about what should go on. I don't seem to have my big collection of varying kinds of lever switches. I used to have a big collection of them, and I guess I use them in a lot of projects. So I don't necessarily have something that I could sub in for this switch that would be kind of neat and do the right job. I went and ordered 3 of these, and I figured, you know what? I've got a couple extras, so why don't I try to modify it? And so we took it apart, and I flattened a piece in the middle. I'll take it apart again in just a sec. And it seemed as though I was victorious, right? For all intensive purposes, this seems like it works, but it doesn't. It just simply flips nothing. There's no continuity between the things that are getting switched. So either it doesn't push it down far enough, or it's uncontacting the center somehow. Or I put it together wrong. It felt like it was right, but yeah, you know. How's it going over there at Last Miles? I think we're getting close to buttoning it up for the day, by the way. We're almost at my typical quitting time, so. I was just playing a video of a lady at a Steinway synth where she banged on keys and the piano made notes. Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto #1 with Anna Fedorova at the Steinway. Weird. Sorry, no electronics or AI. I've been getting very fed up with AI lately. I'm good about AI for a while. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be an intrusive technology, but yeah, I'm avoiding it for now. Every time I do a coding stream, why don't you use AI? 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 Yeah, so this thing was a pain to take apart, but we'll do it again. I just need to open these up, possibly for the last time. And then when you go to open one, the other one closes on you, and it ends up keeping you from opening this at all. I don't think they purposely designed it that way, but it is a very clever design. People say that crap around me, you get banned. I'm not going to ban it, because AI it's a tool. It's always there. It's always going to be there in some kind of irritating form. It's like the computer. All right, so that springs open and reveals to us two parts to the lever. The lever has a little actuator arm. I don't know what that's for. This is, I guess, just a controlled movement. It can move all directions, too. You could have a side fumble. Beep, boop, beep, bop, 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 bop. I guess it's just like a ball joint fitting in there. Okay, so there's that. And then the base of the switch has just this little panty liner that flips from one end to the other. And so for some reason, when it flips over, it doesn't have the chops to contact that centerpiece. Maybe it's supposed to be down like this. Well, actually, I think what it is that it's popping up too far. Yeah, see, it can go all the way over this, and then when it flips, I guess it's flipping too late? Or too early. I don't know which one it is. You're saying it's upside down, it should be this way? Put it in this way. See if that works. Ah, come on. Well, that's not flipping at all. Oh, maybe because it needs to be scooched. Scooch, please. Scooch, kids with the scooching. Okay, come on, come on. They lifted higher in the other configuration, so I think maybe this might not work because they're so much lower down now. I mean, maybe if I trimmed them a little bit. 2 p.m. it's 104. You know what? You guys have been getting terrible weather over there, and ours has just been perfect. We've just had the most glorious, beautiful days. It's like I need to let go of it now, and I can't. Because the grease is sticking. Actually, I wonder if it was just flat, would that work? Woo, 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 woo. Dog is wooing at everybody. I need this to stick up a little bit. Hold on, I'm trying. I'm going to try it. Ah, come on. Everything is really tiny. It's tough to work on. You son of a bitch. You betrayed me for the last time. That's the last big mistake you'll ever make. What? I'm getting real mad. I'm getting real mad at this thing. My pinchers aren't pinchy enough. Oh, dear God. Okay. How did I get this together so easily before? What the? Okay. There must be a spring in this thing. I don't know. And then it twists in the tweezers so that it... Because it's round and the tweezers are not gripping it properly, it ends up walking all over the place and frustrating the hell out of me. Careful. Carefully, he's a hero. No, no, hold on. Are you kidding me? Go in your home. Presumably they build these things all day, right? And they're not this frustrating, maybe? Why did it go together so easily before, but now it's nothing but trouble? STW? Safe to work? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Okay to work. There. Okay, that seems a little smoother. I don't know how many repeats we're going to get after doing that modification, but let's see if it's got continuity. The whole thing's just going to be connected. It's going to be one pole. So it should go from the center to this pin. Ooh, we got ohms. What about in the other direction? Oh, we have ohms in the other direction too. This is NP DPNP. No, SP AT. Single pole all throw. It's just everybody is connected. Huh. It would have to, I think I'd have to shorten the ends to make it tilt properly, or have them poke up a little bit more. How does that work? I think maybe the whole design is flawed. If the two wings on the side, if I bend those down, maybe it'll pivot on those. No, I don't know. It's a mute point. It's a moot point, but people say it wrong. Screw that, I'm done. We got 95% of the way through this build. I may need to source the proper kind of MIDI connection. I feel like I ordered a bunch of those, and I have them somewhere, but I'm not sure. I liked the one that I got that was slightly different. I don't know how that would fit in with the rest of the project. Where is that one? Like, if I cut this outside board, how far through is this going to sit? That actually might sit right in the right spot. So actually, we might modify it. We might do some cutting the next time we work on this so that I can fit this specific MIDI connector in this hole. We got to do a couple little measurements, and I actually do have 3D printer files that use this specific panel mount connector. We got to do the LEDs and the standoffs, which I don't think I have. We'll maybe have to, I'll have to find something. I might have those specific standoffs somewhere though. So we'll go searching for that stuff when we work on this next, and then we can kind of finish this thing up and start testing it with the modular synthesizer stuff. I would like to, however, on Thursday, which is the next time I'm going to stream, get to these LEDs. These LEDs, I've got this wonderful panel that came out of a child's purse. I punched that kid into September, and you know, just right into school day. And I stole their purse, and I got this cool LED panel out of it. It was a $7 piece of plastic that allowed the child to plug their cell phone into the screen. I've got a diffuser for these as well, but what I would like to do is get this running as a sort of pseudo front panel, just sort of a designer panel on my Burn the Subs project. That way we can have blinking lights going on while things happen. Other than that, I am spent. We've been streaming now for about 12 hours and 57 minutes. No, it's about 5 hours. I will be back on Thursday. Until then, you guys check out all these wonderful creators on Twitch. I don't know who's live right now. I'm going to check to see if anybody familiar is live, but no promises on that. Who do we got? No, nobody. It's all the popular kids. All the popular kids can sort themselves out. They have their own stuff to do. I'll be back on Thursday. Last Miles, thank you so much for the raid. That pumped us up to normal numbers. All the bots have been banned on Twitch, so some streamers are in kind of dire straits because of it. It's hilarious. We don't bot here. We ban bots. And yeah, anyway, I'll catch you guys Thursday. Until then, I guess I've got my work cut out for me. I may go and source some things. I might buy those connectors because I don't know where they would be, and I've kind of looked around for them. I didn't find them. And at some point, I'll get my life together and schedule a haircut. Haha. All right. Talk to you all later. Thank you for hanging out. Where are we going? We're going to